here. Okay, yeah, just plug it right in. That's $30 average now. No, that's all it is. That's a supermarket. Put a mask on, social distancing.
I use that. So if you actually
Well, good evening, everyone. I would like to call the meeting back to order for our 6 o'clock session of the Board of Supervisors meeting. And I'll call the meeting to order, and I want to say thank you to all that's attending this meeting in an unconventional manner. We're holding this meeting with board members and staff both in person and remotely, so that we can meet the legal requirements of the meeting and help ensure the health and safety of all that are involved. Now, whether you're attending in person or calling in, I know this is something different for all of us. We greatly appreciate your flexibility and patience this evening. The Board of Supervisors meeting is being conducted pursuant to and in compliance with the emergency ordinance to effectuate temporary changes in certain deadlines and to modify public meeting and public hearing practices and procedures to address continuity of operations associated with pandemic disaster. The Botetourt County Board of Supervisors are all present at this meeting. As a result of the nature of this meeting, I am going to ask that all of the board members and any staff who may present say their name prior to speaking so that those who are listening to the meeting will know who is speaking. Also, I'm going to ask the clerk to do a roll call vote on any action so that those listening to the meeting will know who voted in what place. Now, before we get started with the meeting, I want to review the process we will use. The full agenda package is posted on the board's website for review and for following along. Now, if you go to the Botetourt County homepage and visit your government menu, you can then click on the Board of Supervisors web page for the agenda. For the public comment period and each of the 3 public hearings today, I will open the time and take comments from those present at Greenfield first. Citizens interested in speaking should go to the podium in the lecture hall to await their turn to speak. After those present speak, we will receive comments from those of you who are listening on the phone. And I'll provide exact instructions during each hearing for making the comment. Now, if for some reason the virtual meeting system fails during the meeting, we will work to reboot and get back online over the next 15 to 30 minutes. Your phone number and code will not change and can be dialed into at any time. Now, before we go any further, are there any questions or comments from the other members of the board? Mr. Sloan?
No, sir.
Mr. Bailey? Dr. Bailey?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Skyhorn?
No, sir.
And Mr. Clinton? Mr. Clinton, you have any questions? Obviously you don't. Well, we will, what we will do now is,
He said no.
oh, okay. All right, at this time, I'm going to, let's see here. I want to ask Nicole Pendleton to come forward and give a presentation on the proposed text amendment to the utility scale wind ordinance. Ms. Pendleton.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, all those in attendance and on the phone. We have 2 public hearings this evening. And I'm going to ask, is this presentation allowed or not? Yeah. Mahesh, can you give me control of the presentation, please?
Nicole, you have to accept the permission to be able to present, so I'll send it back to you.
I'm going to read the legal advertisement for the first of the 2 public hearings. Botetourt County Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors are holding a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 25, Article 5, Division 6, Section 25-581.2, Zoning Ordinance Text Amendment, under initiative of the Botetourt County Code for a request to revise Chapter 25, Article 4, Division 1, Section 25-446, Wind Energy Systems as follows. Amend L, utility scale wind energy system requirements, 3, turbine height, to change the maximum turbine height from 550 feet to 680 feet. Amend section 25-446, wind energy systems, M, reserve, to add a section to provide for a maximum height of 100 feet for equipment and structures for substations and facilities for points of interconnection, and and amend section 25-446, wind energy systems, 013I, expiration, to delete the 5-year time limit that a special exception permit specifically for wind energy systems would expire if the system did not become operational. In June 2015, after almost a year of staff work, joint work sessions with the Planning Commission, public input, which included a community meeting and a web-based survey, the Botetourt County Board of Supervisors approved an ordinance to allow it to issue or refuse special exception permits with appropriate conditions for utility-scale wind energy systems as part of the zoning ordinance. The purpose of the SEP process is to allow the Board of Supervisors, with the advice of the Planning Commission, to impose reasonable conditions on proposed development that has greater impacts than the uses permitted by right. The ordinance provides for general standards that must be met by every project, but it also authorizes the board to impose other requirements that provide specific considerations based on the individual components of each project. One general standard that exists currently for every project potential is a maximum height limitation of 550 feet, which is the total height for each turbine. On October 31st, Apex Clean Energy and Jerry Fraley, property owner, filed a petition with the Board of Supervisors asking it to initiate action to amend the general performance standards in the county's ordinance. Their petition letter states that wind energy technologies, equipment, and efficiencies have changed since the Rocky Forge SEP was approved in January 2016. The request involved 3 components, which I read in the legal advertisement. On December 19th, staff presented the petition as presented by Apex to the Board of Supervisors. After public input and some direction and discussion, the board directed staff to explore all components of the ordinance and defer to separate but related action to procure an independent consultant to review the SEP application. In order to provide an opportunity for the public to offer comments on the existing ordinance and provide recommendations for amendments, staff held a community meeting on February 10th at Eagle Rock Elementary School. Approximately 45 people attended. We also utilized an online survey, garnering 95 responses between February 6th and the 23rd. We've also captured feedback from phone calls, emails, and other written correspondence related to the amendments, as well as the application for a change in conditions. For the first time, all public comment was taken online, as well as via mail, via email, to our staff, to our department, to the board, to administration. We captured all public comment and provided that to everyone. I'll go a little bit more into detail of that. But again, the 3 components are the increase of the maximum permitted height from 550 to 680 feet, a section related to maximum heights for substations and facilities for points of interconnection to 100 feet, and then a third section that talks about the period of validity. If specifically an SEP is granted for a project, a wind energy project, not installed and functioning within 5 years from the date the permit is issued, then the special exception permit is to expire. We received a lot of public comment and inquiries about this particular section of the code. And albeit the zoning process, zoning regulation, land use, wind farms, all of that are incredibly complicated and technical details. So wanted to take just a few minutes to go over why staff proposed the deletion of that section out of section 446, which is only specific to wind energy systems. There is another section in the zoning ordinance for special exception permits that allows the board to impose the condition to to reduce the amount of time that an SEP is valid, if it so choose to use that section of the ordinance. Deleting that section from the wind energy section of the ordinance eliminates a conflict, but it also provides the board the ability to insert additional conditions related to the expiration of the SEP permit. This is why the Planning Commission added an additional condition to the SEP request, which is related but completely separate from the text amendments, that said that the recommendation was related to the site plan approval process and the expiration of the permit. And we'll stop really quickly and just, are there any questions about the period of validity sections of the code from the board members, or shall I continue?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have one question. So the site plan has 1 year?
That was a condition that the Planning Commission added to their SCP. So there are two separate actions, or two separate different types of regulations with two separate motions. But as much as this project, the SCP project and the wind ordinance amendments themselves have been combined in a lot of conversation, it's very easy to mix up the two motions, and so we wanted to make super clear that we are explaining that the deletion of the validity period for wind energy systems allows for increased regulation through conditions with the SEP process.
I'll come back to the question.
So as of Tuesday, 2:30, and I think we even got more comments just a few minutes ago, there were, and again, very hard to separate the public comments related to the text amendments and the Rocky Forge project, because a lot of them came in specific to the project itself. So there were 121 comments that supported either or the ordinance changes or the Rocky Forge project. There were 115 comments in opposition. There was one other comment, and you all have access to all those comments, have been receiving them just as we have been via email and consistently updated throughout the day. There were 217 individual commenters, and there was one petition that had 18 support signatures related to it. So I want to take just a minute to talk about some of the information that we received from the public through the community meeting, through the survey, and through individual meetings that I happen to have with members of the community, both within the county and outside of the county. There were a series of recommendations and text amendments proposed, and we went through those recommended text amendments. You've seen them, they're in your packet, line by line, and addressed every single component of the request. Some of them we were able to forward on to the consultants, because they are the technical experts in the field, to provide us with information related to, would this particular change be warranted in the code, or would it be better warranted in the form of a condition through the SEP process? And additionally, as you know, Virginia is a Dillon rule state. If it's not in the state code that we can, as planning commissioners, as zoning officials, as board of supervisors members, impose a condition or require something, then we simply cannot do it. So unless the state code specifically says you can require a condition related to this, you cannot do that. So there were several components of ordinance changes requested that just simply we, as in the state of Virginia, cannot do. So this will sum up my presentation on the text amendments. And while we want to make sure that they're separate public hearing actions, the Planning Commission deferred their action on the text amendments until we presented the SCP and until Antares gave their report on the process and Mr. Johnson gave his presentation. So I will defer to the chairman as to whether I should continue or if you all would wish to take action on the text amendments at this time.
We'll defer also to hear the rest of the information.
So the second public hearing item under consideration this evening, I will read the legal advertisement. Fraley family restated irrevocable dynasty trust and Jerry L. Fraley with Rocky Forge Wind LLC, a subsidiary of Apex Clean Energy Incorporated, request a change of conditions to a previously approved special exception permit to construct a utility-scale wind energy system in the Forest Conservation FC Use District. The project is sited on a portion of 3 tracts, tax parcel 13-2, containing 5,092.14 acres, tax parcel 20-3, containing 1,512.526 acres, and tax parcel 20-3A, containing 7.96 acres. Approximately 200 acres located within these boundaries will be utilized for a maximum of 22 wind turbines and ancillary equipment and the related construction, operation, and maintenance of the utility-scale wind energy system. The applicant's request, as per Chapter 25, Article 4, Supplemental Regulations, Division 1, Use Regulations, Section 25-446, Wind Energy Systems of the Botetourt County Code, to reduce the number of permanent turbines from a maximum of 25 to a maximum of 22, and to modify the existing conditions related to the constructing turbines at a taller height to be no greater than 680 feet. The project is proposed to be located along approximately 3.5 miles of the southernmost portion of the North Mountain, with an entrance generally located on the north side of secondary Route 622, which is Dagger Spring Road, approximately 5.2 miles east of the intersection of Route 622 and secondary Route 694, Gala Loop, to be accessed by a proposed gravel road, identified on the real property identification maps of Botetourt County as Section 13, Parcel 2, and Section 20, Parcels 3 and 3A. In 2016, after the text amendments were approved, Apex Clean Energy and Jerry Fraley were granted a special exception permit by the Board of Supervisors with 17 conditions to operate a utility-scale wind energy system known as Rocky Forge Wind. This approval is currently still valid, meaning that notwithstanding any state or federal permitting requirements, Apex could file site plan applications and, upon approval, apply for building permits with the county to construct the project as originally approved. On October 31st, 2019, Apex Clean Energy and Jerry Fraley filed an application for a change in conditions to a previously approved SEP to allow taller but a fewer number of wind turbines and to allow for a greater period of time for the project to be constructed. The board is being asked to take 2 actions like we mentioned. And based on the revised application and an independent third-party review, staff did prepare a draft of revisions to the conditions for the board's consideration with input from the Planning Commission. As you'll see, the large tract of land and adjacent properties are zoned and located in the Forest Conservation District. So as I mentioned, the application was filed and considered incomplete due to the project not being able to move through the process due to the text, it not meeting the text zoning ordinance requirements. So on February 25th, after the public hearing process and after receiving input on the text amendments, the board authorized staff to go ahead and procure an independent consultant at the cost of the applicant And so on March 9th, 2020, the zoning administrator deems the application complete for processing. When we received the application, as you're well aware, it's a binder about this big. All of the additional studies and information were updated to take into consideration a model scenario in which there would be a maximum 22 turbines at a maximum height of 680 feet. So this included updates to the concept plan, the wind study data was updated, the visual impact assessment was rerun with 22 turbines at 680 feet, and all of the locations that it was previously ran at, were there any place that there would have been visibility. In addition, they utilized a few extra sites based on staff's request that they look into some other sites in Rockbridge County and other places where they maybe it could have been helpful to see from other places in the region, even outside of Botetourt. Then also there were updates to what the operation and maintenance plan looked like, updated the environmental inventory and impact statement, an update of the historic and cultural resource assessment, a post-construction sound analysis was modeled, taking into account the largest turbines, or I believe, and Mr. Johnson can relay this, the loudest turbines that could possibly generate the loudest amount of noise. So again, their models were ran on a worst case scenario. And I'll go into detail about why that's important in just a minute. The shadow flicker analysis, again, ran with their tallest and most amount of turbines, and then a completely updated decommissioning plan, which took into account the tallest and most amount of turbines. There we go. Make sure I have this one. Nope. Okay, so at the request of the board, and this exists in the zoning ordinance, we procured a third-party consultant to review the technical details associated with the request and to provide us with information on the legitimacy of their application, if it could meet the code, if it was in line with industry standards, and a whole host of other questions that the public brought to our attention through our meetings and through our public comment period, as well as several specific questions that you all as the board asked to be considered, in addition to previous studies. So the Antares report, and I'm going to read some of these, but not all of them. I know you've read the report. The increased turbine height is in line with industry trends. The trends in the industry are clearly moving towards larger wind turbines, larger meaning taller towers and bigger rotor diameters, which have advantages from an energy production standpoint. However, the originally permitted 550 feet height does not represent obsolete technology. More than half of the wind turbine applications filed with the FAA in the first part of 2019 were for turbines with a total height less than 500 feet. If the board were not to make any modifications to the height conditions associated with the SEP, the original 550-foot height limit would mean that it is much more likely the project would have 25 turbines, as in the original application, rather than the 22 down to a minimum of 13 that are proposed by Apex in their current application. Apex presented us with a story, as you will, you saw in your supplemental information from Apex, and they provided a range of turbines going from 492 feet all the way up to 680. And they showed the approximate generating capacity of each turbine and how many they would need to max out their generating capacity of what can go into the transmission line. So just as an example, they presented a 20 turbine configuration with a total turbine height of 492 feet. So the board might find it worthwhile to consider a 1 foot height increase in exchange for fewer turbines. Again, there is a real trade-off, an obvious trade-off. Reducing the number of turbine locations would decrease the impact to the immediate area of the project site. Taller turbines increase the overall visibility of the project, as is demonstrated in the visual impact assessment. The report is clear that the increase in height is not an industry requirement. There are advantages, like I said, such as efficiency and performance to increasing the heights, but there are also disadvantages, such as the visual impact. As we commented in 2016, in addition to reviewing the application to consider the increase in turbine heights and the period of time for which the project can be constructed, should this request be approved, significant details will need to be addressed concurrently with site plan review regarding the construction of the project if the board were to approve it. And prior to that review, the project would still need to go through the Department of Environmental Quality permit by rule review, and all federal approvals would also be required. The project will need to have access to the site for the transportation of materials involving the procurement of easements and or rights of way from third-party landowners, and upgrades would be required from portions of roads from 220 to the site. Also, following local, state, and federal approval of all required permits, Apex would be required to engineer and obtain VDOT and county permits for the access road and various construction areas, the turbine foundations, and the electrical components. All of that would be required. Subdivision plat, site plan, and building permit review. So as I mentioned, if the request to modify the conditions were to be approved, staff would suggest replacing the conditions with any combination the board chooses, in whole or in part, those provided by staff. These conditions were derived from conditions submitted by the applicant, as well as staff, the original conditions, and Terry's review as well. In part of the conditions, the board has the authority to modify any of the conditions, again, that I mentioned, and may even wish to review the alternative custom height and turbine scenarios identified by the applicant to determine whether an alternative to the applicant's request is more appropriate for the subject location. Those of you who were with us in 2016 know that I read every single one of these conditions out, and because we've got people on the phone, I'm going to do that again. I have 8 pages, single space, 10-point font, so bear with me. Again, staff recommended conditions, and I'll go into detail on the number 18, which was added at the planning commission meeting. All right. The following conditions are imposed by the Board of Supervisors of Botetourt County as express conditions on the approval of the SEP for a utility-scale wind energy system on Botetourt County tax map parcels 13-2, 20.3, and 20.3A. These conditions are binding upon the owner, applicant, and their heirs, assigns, and other successor or successor in interest, as if fully set forth in the codified text of the Botetourt County zoning ordinance. Number 1, conformance with concept plan. All development on Botetourt County tax map parcels 13-2, 20-3, and 20-3A shall substantially conform to the Rocky Ford's conceptual plan prepared by Timmons Group and dated October 4th, 2019, which is attached hereto and expressly incorporated herein as a condition of approval. Any substantial deviation, as determined at the sole discretion of the zoning administrator, shall require an amendment to the special exception permit as provided by law. No amendment to the special exception permit will be required for changes to the concept plan for relocation of exact turbine sites or changes in turbine specifications, provided the turbines remain along the ridge line. Relocation of the underground cables to correspond to the location of the turbines. Non-substantial modifications as determined by the zoning administrator to the proposed gravel roads for access, provided such entrance locations from the public roads remain along those sections of the Dagger Springs Road immediately adjacent to the property, as may be required by final engineering. Non-substantial relocations, as determined by the zoning administrator, to the substations and operations and maintenance buildings, provided that they are set back at least 200 feet from the property line. Any deletion of projects roads or other cleared areas, a reduction in the total number of turbine sites. Non-substantial relocation or adding net towers, as determined by the zoning administrator, and any other change that does not constitute a substantial deviation from the concept plan, as determined by the zoning administrator. Number 2, total number of turbines. No more than 22 turbines up to 680 feet in height, whether they are in actual operation or not, shall be located on the property. The final number of turbines will be determined at the time of site plan review, but in no instance shall the number exceed 22. Construction traffic management plan and mitigation measures. As part of its final site plan submission, and as a requirement of approval thereof, the developer shall provide a construction traffic management plan which shall include, but not necessarily be limited to, a construction traffic management plan for traffic control, including lane closures, flagging procedures, directional and informational signage, and designated access points for the deliveries and employee access, designated delivery and parking areas, designated routes for deliveries of equipment and materials on primary and secondary roads, as well as routes for any railroad deliveries, dust mitigation plans, documentation of all required easements and rights of way or other evidence of ownership necessary for construction and operational access to the site, road monitoring on Dagger Springs Road, Halo Loop Road, and Botetourt Road, Route 220, which shall include cleaning roadways of mud tracked onto the road for construction-related traffic, as well as ensuring that any known safety issues be promptly reported to local emergency response crews and law enforcement if necessary. A pre-construction road evaluation. Prior to or before the submission of a site plan, the developer shall submit to the Virginia Department of Transportation an evaluation of the condition of the road surface and road shoulders for any delivery routes identified. The evaluation shall include an evaluation of planned commercial entrances to be approved by VDOT. This evaluation shall also include an estimate for the cost of any repairs to public roads or highways that may be caused by construction activities related to the project. Surety shall be posted for such repairs as hereinafter set forth. The pre-construction evaluation must be approved by VDOT prior to or as part of the site plan approval process. Post-construction road evaluation. After completion of construction, the developer shall submit a post-construction evaluation of the road surfaces and road shoulders. Shall be submitted to VDOT for approval and include a plan for repairing any damage caused by the developer and identified. And the developer shall be responsible for causing the repairs to be completed within the time frame set by VDOT. Number 4, hours of construction. Hours of construction shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., except when otherwise required by the terms of state or federal permits, including any requirements by VDOT or emergency situations. Hours may be extended for the purpose of time-sensitive work, provided that any construction activities resulting in significant noises is conducted at a minimum of 500 feet from any residence outside of the project area. The occurrence and nature of any time-sensitive work or emergency situation shall be reported by telephone, email, or other expeditious method as soon as reasonably practicable, in no case later than 48 hours after the occurrence. Site plan and construction surety. The following surety shall be submitted in the form of a cash escrow, corporate surety bond, or letter of credit, in an amount satisfactory to the zoning administrator and in a form acceptable to the county attorney. A repair surety. A surety in the full amount of estimated and approved cost of complying with the pre-construction road evaluation shall be posted prior to the issuance of any building permit for the project. Such bond shall be released within 6 months following certification of final completion of any such necessary repairs and final inspection and assessment acceptance. Construction sureties. The developer shall post all sureties provided in the Botetourt County zoning, subdivision, stormwater, and erosion and sedimentation control ordinance as part of the site plan submission and as a requirement of approval of the site plan. A decommissioning surety. This was significantly updated from 2016. The amount of the decommissioning surety shall be determined as part of the final site plan submission and is a requirement of approval thereof. The surety shall be posted prior to the issuance of any building permit. Such amount should be determined in a manner consistent with the process used in the Rocky Forge Wind Farm decommissioning cost analysis prepared by GHA Inc. DNVGL. I'm using a little shorthand on that. And dated October 1st, 2019, with the updates required by these conditions, and that the decommissioning report shall be updated once a final turbine model is selected. Any updates to the decommissioning report should include cost breakdowns of man hours and crane hours for each stage of decommissioning, as well as costs associated with each. The surety must be in amount no less than 125% of the total cost estimate and shall be updated every 3 years. In the event of a default by the developer on its decommissioning obligations as provided by law, or upon the developer's bankruptcy, insolvency, receivership, or inability to obtain a satisfactory substitute surety upon the expiration of each 3-year cycle, the zoning administrator may draw on the surety up to the full amount thereof. Following decommissioning, the zoning administrator will refund in excess of the draw over and above for the actual cost of decommissioning plus an administrative fee of 10%. And such remaining sum will be returned to the project owner after the process is completed at the sole discretion of the zoning administrator. In the event that the cost exceeds the amount subject to draw, the developer shall be liable for any deficiency. Emergency response plan. As part of its final site plan submission, and as a requirement of approval thereof, the developer shall submit a written plan for emergency response and coordination with local anticipated first responders to include, at a minimum, the Botetourt County Department of Fire and EMS. If, in the sole discretion of the Botetourt County Chief of Fire and EMS, special training will be necessary for first responders due to the unique or unusual nature of the project, such training shall be conducted and at the developer's expense. The plan shall include, at a minimum, response procedures, including 24-hour points of contact and identify points of access for emergency vehicles. The emergency response plan shall be subject to review by the Botetourt County Chief of Fire and EMS, and his approval shall be a precondition to approval of the site plan. The training expenses provided by the developer shall not exceed the amount that the county otherwise reasonably would expend pursuant to the public procurement process. Number 7, operations and maintenance plan. As part of its final site plan submission and as a precondition of approval thereof, the developer shall submit an operation and maintenance plan based on the warranties and specifications of the various equipment used for the turbine operations. The operations and maintenance plan shall substantially conform to the concept plan titled Rocky Ford's Conceptual Plan. Attached hereto and expressly incorporated herein is the condition of approval. The operations and maintenance plan shall be updated prior to commercial operation, and the following information made available to the county building official for the purpose of ensuring compliance. The plan shall include construction and commissioning information as is reasonably available for quality assurance and quality control. Confirmation of turbine manufacturer maintenance warranty periods and recommended operation and maintenance intervals. Periods of all scheduled maintenance and a general list of included activities. Inventories for parts on site. Methods of data collection and record keeping for on-site activities. Plan for, these are new, some of these are new. Plan for end of warranty activities, including any inspections and condition reports. An operation and maintenance contracting plan to address the period beyond the initial 1 to 3 year operations and maintenance scope. This particular one came from public comment. How replacement and disposal costs are covered for components that reach end of life prior to the end of the turbine's life. In the event of a change in any of the information provided, the developer shall file an updated plan. Sound. This is another condition that was updated from 2016. The developer shall submit a post-construction sound model, including actual test data, to demonstrate that with final wind turbine siting, when all turbines have been constructed and are commercially operational, sound levels will not exceed 60 dBA at the project boundaries, except during short-term exceptional circumstances such as severe weather. New. Post-construction model should include a map of sound level contours that present the sound level emissions at exterior locations, including the project boundaries, as well as sound level results at the nearest residential building. The contour shall demonstrate that the sound levels do not exceed 60 dBA at the project boundary. I'm going to stop. All of these conditions that talk about site plan approval, they have run a model on what 22 turbines at 680 feet, a particular model would generate based on their industry professionals. That was submitted to Antares for review. If the project were to be approved, they would then finalize their turbine selection, rerun the model, ensure that it meets the ordinance at under 60 decibels. After construction, they will do a live model. The conditions require a live model of the sound data with very detailed scientific information that would show that they are not exceeding the requirements of the ordinance. I know that was a confusing thing for the planning commission, so I just want to make sure that they would have to run an actual test, but they're going to have to run another test if it were approved. They can't just go on what they've submitted to us now. They would have to completely redo the study. Okay. Same thing with the shadow flicker model. Prior to or concurrent with submission of the site plan, and as a precondition of approval, the developer shall submit an updated shadow flicker model to demonstrate that with final wind turbine siting, shadow flicker at receptors 1, 2, and 3, which are residential structures close to the site, as identified in the study, prepared by Art Fair Renewables and dated October 25th, 2019, will remain below the threshold of 30 minutes per day on any day and 30 hours in total annually. Again, if approved, we'll have to rerun this model. Number 10, the permit by rule process. Prior to submission of the site plan and as a condition of approval thereof, The developer shall pursue and obtain a permit from the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality through the permit by rule process set forth in the Code of Virginia. The developer shall submit to the zoning administrator all final applications, public and agency comments, and final permit text. The final permit text shall be submitted to the zoning administrator by certified mail not later following 7 days following its issuance. All conditions of such permit are expressly made a part of this special exception permit and are conditions hereof as if fully set forth in the zoning ordinance of Botetourt County. A vegetation restoration plan. Prior to or concurrent with submission of its site plan and as a precondition of approval thereof, the developer shall provide a vegetation restoration plan that identifies the areas to be restored, methods of restoration, species to be planted, and a monitoring plan to ensure the successful establishment of vegetation. Native vegetation will be used for post-construction and post-decommissioning site restoration. No plants listed as invasive by the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation will be used for site restoration. Number 12. The developer shall comply with all provisions of state law and the Botetourt County Code relating to stormwater and erosion and sedimentation control. Decommissioning plan. Again, this report that was submitted in the package is to be updated once the final turbine model is selected. The plan shall contain, at a minimum, procedures and processes for removal of the turbines, cabling, electrical components, and associated facilities to 4 feet below grade, and decompaction of soils to a depth of 4 feet. The plan and related cost estimate must include consideration for transporting waste to a specific facility within the region that does not include the Botetourt County landfill. This was added based on public comment that we received. This next one was added based on comment that we received. How waste generated by decommissioning activities, including sawdust or other byproducts of cutting turbine blades into more transportable sizes, will be addressed in a way that minimizes potential impacts to the project site. Salvaging topsoil and natural debris for post-construction site restoration. Removal of turbine foundation pedestals and concrete transformer pads removed to a depth of 4 feet. The remainder of the spread footing may remain in place. Disassembling the project's substation and components, which shall not include any facilities that may be maintained or needed by the owner-operator of the electric transmission facilities. The plan must include a procedure for reuse, salvage, and proper off-site disposal of the various components of the system. Regrading to post-construction, conditions and drainage patterns subject to relief from such requirement if such regrading would create a greater environmental impact and leaving the grade unchanged. The replacement of soil and organic material. Replanting and erosion control measures meeting or exceeding the requirements of the Botetourt County Code. A schedule for decommissioning and restoration, including triggering events. The landowner may, upon request to and approval of the zoning administrator, retain or maintain any post-construction elements that are otherwise in conformance with the Botetourt County Code, such as landscaping, grading, roads, crossings, or structures after decommissioning. In addition to any other decommissioning requirements set forth in this condition, if one or more wind turbines is permanently taken out of service or is inoperable for 12 consecutive months, the turbine tower, rotors, and transformers shall be removed unless consent is granted by the zoning administrator for a longer time period. The below ground or ground level structures may remain in place until the project is fully decommissioned. 14, maintenance and reporting. The developer shall operate the project in accordance with a detailed operation and maintenance plan. Once a year, no later than July 1st of each calendar year, the developer shall submit to the zoning administrator a report that outlines the status of the project. The report shall include current contact information for a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week person the public may contact with inquiries and complaints as set forth in the condition related to mitigation below. If any change occurs in ownership of the project, the developer shall provide notice to the zoning administrator within 10 days thereafter and update the information for the project contact. If the developer receives a notice of violation, is served with legal process, or otherwise receives notice of commencement of any investigation by any state or federal regulatory agency for any actual or alleged violation of laws relating to the operation of the project, the developer shall notify the zoning administrator in writing in no case later than 14 days after the developer receives notice. Mitigation. The project contact shall investigate, in coordination with the zoning administrator, any complaint relating to sound or noise, signal interference to any television, radio, or other communication device, shadow flicker, or construction or operations. If, after receiving the project's contact's response to the complaint, the zoning administrator determines the complaint is founded and as such constitutes a violation of the conditions of the special exception permit or the zoning ordinance, the developer shall remedy any such nonconformity within a reasonable time period as determined by the zoning administrator. Compliance with law. The construction, maintenance, and operation shall comply with all provisions of federal, state, and local law. Remedies. Notice of violation. If the zoning administrator determines that any provision of this special exception has been violated, the zoning administrator may issue a notice of violation, which shall specify therein a reasonable period of time during which to remedy such violation. If the violation remains unremedied at the expiration of such time, the zoning administrator may pursue all remedies available under law, including criminal, civil, and injunctive relief. Revocation. Upon notice of public hearing for any violation or reasonably apprehended violation of this special exception permit or any other provision by law, the Board of Supervisors may revoke the special exception permit. 18. This is a new condition that was added at the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Period of validity. In accordance with section 25-44608, the October 31st, 2019 application for a change in conditions represents a new special exception permit request with a period of validity beginning from the date of approval of this request for a change in conditions to the approval of the SEP granted January 26, 2016. These conditions supersede and replace all conditions required as a condition of the previous approval. The granting of this special exception permit shall expire if, number 1, a site plan is not approved by the Office of Community Development within 12 months from the date that this special exception permit was granted by the Board of Supervisors. 4, no building permit is obtained and the erection or alteration of a structure is not started and diligently pursued within 5 years from the date that this special exception permit was granted by the Board of Supervisors.
Good job.
That's it?
No, I have just a few more, so I had to take a break.
Okay, I was wondering when you were going to slow down.
So, if approved, the following would still be required. Compliance with all state and federal regulations, the submittal of a revised permit by rule document and approval from DEQ. And as I mentioned, all necessary studies, models, and plans updated in order to undergo the following review procedures: subdivision plan review, site plan approval, and upon their approval, building permit review. Again, many additional steps would be required. FAA and federal requirements, access easement and right-of-way acquisitions require subdivision plat review and approval. Then, site plan approval is next. And it requires all the following: a fully engineered construction plan detailing turbine height, model, and all physical improvements related to any construction on and off site. The construction traffic management plan, again, who's flagging, who's working, when are they traveling, how are they getting there, where did they come from, what hours are they going, how does NVDOT's require approval at the applicant's cost. Posting of sureties, road construction sureties, construction sureties, erosion and stormwater sureties for all soil services on the site. The decommissioning surety at 125% of the total cost. An emergency response plan approved by Chief Ferguson. An operation and maintenance plan. The vegetation and restoration plan. And all of the other aspects of site plan requirements. Setbacks, height, conformance, just showing conformance with all of the regulations and conditions if approved, and in the underlying code. No building permit can be issued until all of the above will be reviewed, processed, sureties posted, and approved. So, in summary, one of the things that I really want to touch on is that these conditions, if they were approved by the board, become their own code. Okay? They stand with the property. So they are their own amendments that are binding, just like any other zoning requirement is. They are just as binding as any other zoning regulation. And so they can also be modified by you all. Any recommendations for modifications up until the action is taken. So I can pause and take any questions. I don't want to forget we have Ms. Allsbrook on the phone to give her presentation. She doesn't have a PowerPoint, but she does have a presentation of her third-party review. But I can take any staff questions that you all have right now, or we can wait. Thank you for hanging in there.
Thank you, Nicole. Does anyone have any questions for Nicole before we go to the third-party consultant?
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve Clinton. I do have a number of questions, but as Nicole stated at the beginning of her monologue, it's hugely complex, and it's kind of hard to know how to ask some of these questions. So I'll try to summarize. If we go back to the very beginning of your slide, it had all the conditions that were faced with. Probably two more slides, maybe one. There you go. Our package and what you read, Ms. Pendleton, states that it's an express condition of the approval of the SCP that all developments substantially conform to the concept plan. You said that several times. Our package says that. So then that concept plan was part of the package, I gather, that was submitted back in the fall, in December, I guess.
Yeah, and we.
What is?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, we did. We got an updated application right before the Plan Commission, but the concept plan itself has not changed. And the concept plan from 2016, the only changes in that reflect the size of the turbines. It makes the spacing between the turbines have to be a little bit wider, and then they need to meet a greater setback requirement.
What's the obligation of the board on that? Because the statement is that concept plan is attached here to, meaning, I guess, to the SCP or to today's package. It actually isn't in today's package, and it's expressly a condition of approval. So how does the board react to that? The requirement that the concept plan, the SCP conform to the concept plan, and that is a condition of approval. How do we confirm that?
So the concept plan is in the package, and that is what would be scanned into the approval letter that Ms. Main sends out. And that's what we did in 2016. The entire concept plan went as an attachment to the approval letter with all of the conditions.
Well, I don't know that this is attached to the package, but let that go. I'm trying to understand what the various actions are, or maybe its vulnerabilities of the SCP as this whole thing goes through its process. Because in some cases we say, like I just said, condition of approval. Can you get approved unless certain things take place? Other conditions, it's an amendment to the plan. Sometimes it's not approved, and sometimes it expires. So, I mean, what's the mortality rate of this SCP as it goes forward? Does that make sense? I mean, there's so many things that you read that have an impact on the continuity of the SCP. I'm frankly at a loss as to know exactly how this is going to work.
I'm trying to figure out if I understand what you said correctly. I'm not sure that I did. The site plan would be the documents submitted post-approval. So that's where the approval language comes in, is the site plan that would be filed administratively by reviewed by staff. So the language of that is all of these separate documents need to be updated to reflect the actual turbine selection, their height and the number, as well as the model, and all of the studies need to be updated to ensure that they meet the code and are no more impactful than what the models that were in the application package show.
So if the project is approved, then these items will be considered after it is approved then, is that correct?
So many studies were already conducted, but they need to be updated, so they need to be re-ran. So yes, some of those things would occur at the site plan phase.
Well, what is this forward basis of approval of the SCP? What do we have to know to do that? Because a lot of this is in the future, I think. We don't have at our disposal all the information that is identified as being required for SCP approval, I don't think.
Well,
If it's okay, it's okay, but I just want to clarify.
no, it's a big concern in the staff's report is that there is significant uncertainty with the project. The 8 pages of conditions is an attempt to quantify things and to ensure that if it were approved, that they would be ensuring that they're not going in any greater magnitude than what they presented in the reports and studies that they've run so far.
Well, okay, I'm frankly not, I don't fully understand that, but I don't want to withhold progress too much here. There's a related question, it's all part of this whole package of approving an SCP, and then it goes through the process, and different things can happen to it to cause it to change, or to expire, or to be revoked. One of them, in this particular case, that I'm curious about, that you read, and I had taken this down as a note when I moved through the other day. No amendment to the SCP, in other words, no harm, no foul, shall be required for non-substantial modifications to proposed gravel roads for access. Okay, that's pretty clear. In other words, if it's a non-substantial modification, you must come in the field, I guess, from the concept plan for the gravel roads, don't have to amend the SCP. Question I have is, to the best of my knowledge, we don't really know what's proposed for the access road. We haven't seen, we meaning collectively the county. Your department, for example, I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we know what the route is of the access road.
So I think
But
there's,
I think we
yes,
what's
I think,
non-substantial
right.
deviation.
I think there are 2 different questions. One is, what is the transportation route for the construction of them and getting the materials to the site? That's a different question, and that's covered in the construction condition. The access road specifically is access off of Dagger Springs onto the property. So, and that's shown in the concept plan. So that particular condition on access relates to a certain location of how the site, how you enter the actual site itself, how you come onto the property.
Understood, but we don't know what that is, so how can we determine a non-substantial deviation from it?
Well, the
There's no way to know what it is.
concept plan shows the access road entrance,
So it does, so
which
we
is
don't
not,
have right
right,
away.
which is not the same thing as the construction transportation.
Yeah, I wasn't referring to that, though, I understand that.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
that's
well.
not the best answer.
Thank you, Michelle. Put me down as somewhat confused, but, go ahead, we'll work through this.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Pendleton?
Mr. Chairman, this is Dr. Bailey, just to have a couple, just to clarify. So, the construction transportation management, if that is at the cost of the developer, right? Did I hear you say that? And then, in lieu of the 5-year construction term that was that's been a big, I think, source of confusion. So just to simplify that and make sure we all understand, correct me if I'm wrong. So in lieu of the 5-year construction timeline, we've basically been presented with condition number 18, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And that presents a 1-year time frame for the plan, and then a 5-year finish if the permit is issued. Right. Thank you.
Just to add on to that, this is Dr. Scott Martin, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
After 1 year, and this site plan is not completed, everything is terminated, but they have an option of coming back and reapplying. Is that correct?
Yes, there is always state code, says you can always come back and ask, but it would expire, and what that means is all administrative review would cease, and no permits or any local approvals would be issued, and no construction would be authorized.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's Ray as well.
Yes, sir.
Who's gonna bird dog this from the county?
As far,
We're gonna have a special person that's gonna be watching our concerns on this.
we certainly have lots of staff in terms of, well, the staff that we do have will all be, we do, E&S does every 2 weeks, they're required to do, commercial site inspections. So, you know, if you didn't know, DEQ takes a lot of trips around the county from time to time to make sure that commercial, projects are, adhering to their requirements. And, in terms of zoning, zoning is a complaint base, but we work through, we are proactively doing site visits with commercial sites to make sure that they're adhering to their site plan all the way through the process. We set timers, so with the Met Towers, we have timers on our calendar. We knew they were coming, up for expiration. We do this with SCPs. So we keep track of it, and then we rely on our good friends around the county to let us know when something's not right. They call us. We go out and check it out. So, during active construction, I would say that the sites are visited easily several times a week by different staff. And the building officials for commercial projects are out every day on site sometimes. Did that answer your question?
All right, any other questions from the members of the board to Mrs. Pendleton?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Nicole for spending the time. This has been quite extensive as far as this recommendations from the conditions here. So certainly different from 2016 when Mr. Martin and I sat in front of you before. So thank you for your hard work.
Absolutely, not concur. Okay, any other questions? All right, if not, we will ask, the third party consultant and Harry if they would like to make a statement or if they would like to present whatever they have.
All right, Mr. Taylor. She's good. All right. Thanks.
Okay, my name is Heidi Albrook. I'm a senior project manager in Terry's group. And Terry's is an independent consulting engineering firm founded in 1992 with an exclusive focus on renewable energy. We assist clients at the level of state, federal, and local government in policy development and program support, and have extensive experience within the private sector, including feasibility analysis, project management, and project development, as well as providing engineering services for a variety of mature and emerging technologies. Our clients range from small commercial industrial companies to Fortune 500 companies and federal agencies of global reach. I have been working in renewable energy for 16 years, starting with utility scale wind development as a development analyst at Greenlight Energy from 2004 to 2006, then as part of a global wind resource assessment team at BP Alternative Energy from 2006 to 2007, before starting with Antares in 2008. While in graduate school, I supported James Madison University's activities with the Virginia Wind Energy Collaborative on several of their early wind resource and environmental attribute modeling initiatives. I have firsthand knowledge of the challenges unique to siting and developing projects in Virginia. In 2015, Antares conducted the initial independent review of Apex Clean Energy's application for special exception permit to construct a utility scale wind project on private land located on North Mountain. In early 2016, I presented our findings to the Planning Commission and then the Board of Supervisors, along with our list of our recommended conditions for approval. In February of this year, we were asked to update our technical review based on a revised application for special exception permit submitted by Apex, and identify any issues that required additional research and provide recommendations for development of county action. Review of the environmental studies and submission was provided by VHB, a civil engineering and land use planning company that also has a long history in Virginia. In addition to the technical review of the SEP application, Antares and VHB also provided responses to questions from the county on topics ranging from decommissioning, tax credits, low frequency noise and infrasound, and potential impacts to real estate values. This information is included in our letter report to the county. We also provided a list of our summary comments and a recommendation of 9 additional conditions to the special exception permit approval, which address items of concern to the county. Nicole has already reviewed those, but I'll briefly go through the things that are new. One of the new items that we recommended was that the sound study include a sound contour map that demonstrates the sound levels don't exceed the 60 dBA threshold at the project boundaries. This threshold is part of the existing conditions, but the required map is not specified. We also reviewed the decommissioning cost estimate report and recommended some additional conditions to fortify the county's insurance through this plan so that any project would be able to be decommissioned. These include, recommendations include any updates, must include cost breakdown by man hours and train hours for each stage decommissioning, as well as the costs associated with each. That decommissioning costs include costs for transporting waste to specific facilities within the region outside of the assumed 30-mile radius. Because, as the county knows, the Botetourt county landfill will be closed by then. We also suggested that the decommissioning plan or the operations and maintenance plan address how replacement and disposal costs would be covered for components that reach the end of life prior to the end of a turbine's life. The conditions to the SEP already specify that the projects need to include a decommissioning plan as part of its final site plan submission. And Terry recommended the county require the decommissioning plan to specify how waste generated by decommissioning activities, including sawdust or byproducts of cutting turbine blades to more easily transportable sizes, would be addressed in a way to minimize potential impacts to the project site. The SEP also includes a provision for decommissioning surety. And Terry recommends that the county specify the calculations for decommissioning surety be based on the estimated total cost of decommissioning, not including potential salvage value, rather than the net cost after salvage. And Terry also recommended that the decommissioning plan financial surety provisions include a requirement that any funding in excess of what was required for decommissioning, with perhaps a capped amount of interest, be returned to the project owner after the process is completed. The county requested comment on the issue of the applicant's current inability to obtain an easement to improve privately owned road for site access. To address this concern, VHB recommended that the county require as a condition for site plan approval documentation of required easements necessary for construction operations, access to the site. VHB also recommended that the county require an additional condition for the project vegetation restoration plan that specifies the use of native vegetation for the restoration of temporarily disturbed areas after the project is commissioned. While the requirement of no invasive species use is spelled out in DEQ's PDR approval, having a condition to require the native vegetation further provides further enforcement authority at the county level and is within the purview of the county, particularly in the context of the decommissioning plan. I will conclude my remarks by saying that I understand the county has recently received comments implying that Antares has a conflict of interest for the review of this project stemming from my time as a development analyst at Greenlight Energy 14 years ago. This was also brought up at the January 26, 2016 Board of Supervisors meeting by a resident of Rockbridge County. I will preemptively address it today by repeating what I said then. My employment history does not mean that I have a conflict. It means that I have experience and will qualify. It is to the county's benefit to have this review conducted by somebody who has first-hand knowledge of utility-scale wind development and utility-scale wind development in Virginia specifically. Given the relatively small size of the wind industry in the U.S. and the very few number of firms that have actively worked projects in Virginia, it would be difficult to find any qualified person who did not have connections to other development firms, and I would seriously question the credentials and knowledge base of any professional who lack these connections. Any perceived closeness between APEX, Antares, JMU's Center for the Advancement of Sustainable Energy, and the Southeastern Wind Coalition is due to the fact that these organizations are comprised of professionals that have been working in this field for decades. I will be happy to address any other questions that the board may have, and also I will note that Tim Davis and Jason Ross from DHB are available on this teleconference to answer any questions you may have related to the environmental review.
Thank you, Ms. Osbrook. Do any members of the board have any questions for Ms. Osbrook concerning her comments?
Chairman, Dr. Bailey here, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I would like to ask, is there any of your recommendations that aren't included in our conditions? Have you seen our list of conditions?
Yes, I have seen a list of conditions, and I think everything is included. The only thing I didn't specifically note, and this might be because it's already addressed in other aspects of the site plan approval, is the issue of the easement that the project still needs to obtain. I didn't see that specifically spelled out in there, and I guess that would be a question for Nicole, whether that is already covered in other aspects of the site plan approval or the construction access approval.
So you're specifically referring to the right-of-way?
Yes, exactly. All of our other suggestions have been incorporated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Osbrook. It doesn't look like there's any more questions for you. So at this time, we'll go to Apex, and I think it's Charlie, and see if you have any comments. Apex.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'll keep my remarks remarks brief today, just giving Nicole walk you through every condition. My name is Charlie Johnson. I'm with Apex Clean Energy. Just kind of a reminder, I know I presented to you all in December, but would like to do just a brief reminder of who Apex is and why this project is important to us. So we are a Virginia-based company based in Charlottesville. We're about 200 employees, majority of which work in Charlottesville and travel around the country to projects every week. You can see on this map that we have a significant number of wind and solar projects under development, construction, and operating right now that we can operate out of our Charlottesville facility. To date, we've completed 14 facilities with wind and solar. In terms of wind turbines, that's over 1,200 turbines that we've developed. They're currently spinning around the country. And we were founded in 2009, so it's a pretty significant growth chart for our company. To date, that's just under 3 gigawatts of windmills. Just a quick snapshot of our history. There's a few more that can be noted on there. The most significant is actually one of our projects that's under construction right now, Aviator Wind. That is the largest single-site, single-phase wind farm to be built in the country down in Texas. So we're very proud of that. That's with a power purchase agreement with Facebook and McDonald's. I've presented this before, but this project has a plethora of public support. Going back to 2015, 2016, we've been very pleased with how the public has allowed us into the community. We've been able to become a part of it. And on top of that, this project has significant environmental benefits. It produces a significant amount of clean energy on the grid here in the county. And there's significant economic benefits, now more than ever. I mean, these new sources of revenue are important for our communities. And that comes with little to no increased service needed for the project. And advanced development. We've been through this process once. We've received the county approval and the state approval for this project, and we're going back for these amendments as depicted tonight. Just a quick snapshot of some of the regional and state level groups that have endorsed this project. We're sincerely thankful for their commitment to this project for various reasons, whether that be sportsmen for conservation, clean energy advocates for renewables, and then this is just a snapshot of how much we've been covered in the paper. This project has been covered in many stories, even going back to this week on Sunday with 3 separate articles I saw. So the benefits, I won't dive through all of them, but there's significant construction jobs that are associated with these projects, whether that's road construction, concrete pouring for foundations, electrical work for underground wires, and then of course there's the higher tech jobs that are erection turbines themselves. So a significant amount of that construction process can be done locally. Then during operations is the major influx of revenue to the county and the state. We're projecting over $20 million in combined revenue in taxes to both the county and the state for this project, along with 6 to 7 local jobs for 24/7 maintenance of the project. Just some ancillary benefits, very similar to what I discussed in December. We see a lot of educational opportunities with these projects, just for tours. If you build the first project in the state, I'm sure there will be a lot of folks coming to see that. Then other potential benefits, we're looking into the ability to utilize our permanent net tower for the project for radio frequency for Botetourt for our EMS. That will be an ongoing discussion, so that we get closer to site plan. And lastly, the landowner has been in discussions about permitting some recreation opportunities outside of the current use of the land, whether that be mountain biking or others. I'll skip a little bit of this, but just to reiterate that this project has gone through a plethora of study to get to this point. We've got now almost 200 months of data from the wind on the site with the full net tower out there. The big driver for why we're pushing forward to try to build this project at this point after these years is the power purchase agreement that has been signed by the Commonwealth of Virginia. And this is a testament to the General Assembly, the governor, pushing for renewables to be part of the grid in the Commonwealth. We are joined by neighboring states that have wind farms, whether that's West Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina. We in the Commonwealth do not have one yet. So we're hoping to change that, and this is a big step forward for this project. So the requests are before you already, and I'll outline those in detail. Essentially what we're asking for is the ability to utilize the newest technology of turbines. These turbines that are on the market for this project go up to about 680 feet, and we're proposing a maximum of 22 turbines. That's not to say that we're going to build 22 680-foot turbines, and I can explain that here with the table in just a minute. Before I get to that, one thing that I do want to point out, in reviewing the Terry's report, the trend in wind turbine technology. We as developers are looking to the next projects, the 1 year, 2 year, 3 years from now, what is going to be available, what's going to be built. In retrospect, when the report that they used was the data was from the middle, or I believe the beginning of 2019, was the last data they had that was published. So I had our folks pull the data from that Federal Aviation Administration, just to show what are developers doing now, right? What has happened since the first quarter of 2019 to now, just over a year over. And what this data is showing is that there's actually over 9,000 wind turbines being filed, or that have been filed with the Federal Aviation Administration, over 600 feet. So that's showing the trend over 600. 4,100 of those filings are over 650 feet, and 1,300 of those are over 700 feet. So the trend is to show that the technology is moving towards these taller turbines. And for this project to be financially feasible, we're looking to utilize these newer technologies. And a lot of that decision is not necessarily on Apex. A lot of that decision comes to manufacturers. And so this here is just some example turbines. My comment of going anywhere from 13 to 22 turbines is depicted here. And the reason for that is it's a combination of the capacity of the turbine, the number of turbines to reach your maximum capacity. On the grid here, we can put 78.2 megawatts worth of capacity on the site, as determined by our studies with PJM. So what that means is, if we build a 5.6 megawatt turbine, which is the first one on this table here, that would be 13 turbines to get to that point. And the generator size typically matches the size of the turbine height. So that's why one of the hardest things we have in our industry is to permit a box, if you will. Because the turbine decision is one of the last pieces of development. And that could be for a multitude of reasons, whether a financer who's putting the money up has turbines already selected, or a manufacturer wants to work on a site with you, and to warranty their project or their turbine at that site, it would require their approval. So we have to generate the box, if you will, to allow for the flexibility within that. And as Nicole described, once we get that final turbine, we have to rerun our studies to justify that we're in compliance with the county code. And a big part of that, what we've provided to the county with this application, for instance, is the biggest turbine for Shadow Feeder, which is the V162. That one is 675 feet. Whereas the sound study we provided was one of the quote-unquote loudest turbines that we would consider, which was the GE158. So the reason we're trying to do that is to show you what the maximum case is. In all reality, the turbine numbers will come down, and the studies will show even more compliance.
Real quick question.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I have a quick question here for him, if you don't mind, just on this.
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
So, Charlie, if you can, you take a look at the 551 at 3.47, and then you look at the 492 that's producing more megawatts. Why?
It's a different manufacturer. They have their own heights of the towers that they use. I couldn't speak to exactly why they do that, but it's just a nuance with going from a Siemens base of manufactured turbine to a GE.
Several feet involved.
Sorry.
There are several feet involved.
Yeah. Sure. So the point being, maintaining flexibility gives the product the best chance, as these manufacturers go through diligence on our site. The visual impact has been brought up today. I've shown this before, but a little difficult to see on this screen, but it is in your packet. The difference between 25 550-foot turbines and 22 680-foot turbines to the eye is minimal. They're large machines. We're not hiding from that. They're tall. But we've shown in the visual impact study that the difference between 550 and 680 is actually not that great. Also being along the lines of the maximum shown here, this is showing 22 turbines at 680 feet, which is what we would not intend to build if they were that tall, or if it was that number of turbines. This map is from Hill Studio as well. They show the difference between 550 and 680 feet. So the darker pink is the difference. Essentially, the lighter pink is where 550 feet and 680 feet could be visible if there were no trees on the ground, no buildings, just topography. And the 680 foot is included as the darker pink on top of that. So as you can see, there's some areas that certainly will on the higher peaks be able to see the difference for 680, but it's fairly similar in nature. And just for context, this map is showing far outside Botetourt County, so this is a significant area outside. And lastly, just in terms of our timeline, the current permit expiration is January of 2021. Our hope for commercial operations is by December of 2021. Thus the request for an extension from the county. And per the recommendation for site plan approval being obtained within a year of potential board approval, we would be okay with that. Our plan is to actually start that process this fall. So we have to be through that in time to start construction this winter. With that, I'm happy to take questions now or later.
Yeah, I have a few questions. Charlie, I would like to ask you, how do you get the turbines to the site?
Yes, sir. The turbines come in components, ranging from 3 blades per turbine, usually 4 to 5 tower sections, each come on our own truck. That one will require road improvements, which we've been in consultation with VDOT on. Currently, we're planning to access by Dagger Spring, Gala Loop and Dagger Spring to get to the site. We've been working on the easements and right-of-way acquisition for this for years now. And I know in December, a big question came up of the largest landowner up in that area. I'm proud to say that we are in verbal agreement with that landowner. We are working on definitive documentation now. Carlos Papasils, who runs our entire portfolio development for the country, is here tonight as well. He's been the one taking that negotiation on. So if there's questions on that, I'm happy to speak as well. But in terms of sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, in terms of the number of landowners, it's on the order of 17 landowners that we've been working with. With the continued development of the project, we have gone back for extensions, exhibit amendments. But the reality is those little things could change up until the last minute because we're subject to VDOT's design considerations and what they approve. But we've worked hard to try to keep a really good relationship with those landowners.
Have you secured the right of way to get the turbines to the site yet? I mean, you've had 4.5 years to get a right of way.
Sorry, sir, could you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Have you secured the right of way to get the turbines to the site? You guys have had 4.5 years to get a right of way up that mountain. I'm just wondering, why you haven't been able to do that.
Yes, sir. We've tried. I've been making weekly phone calls for 4.5 years now. It recently took a visit to knock on doors to get to the table, specifically with one of the larger landowners in the area. But we're proud to announce that we have come to verbal agreement on that negotiation. With regards to other landowners, it's iterative. Properties sell, properties are bought. We work with the new landowners to make sure that we're good neighbors to them as well, working on new agreements construction. It won't be 100% final, which is why I think the planning staff has asked that we show that in our ready for construction plans. So as those small iterations change through the development process with VDOT, we will keep working on that. But in terms of the number of landowners, we have secured the majority of them at this point.
The bottom line, you really don't have a right of way to the top of the mountain yet.
We don't have, if we were to start construction today, that's correct. Yes, sir. We do not have the right of way to the top of the mountain today.
Okay, if approved, when will you start the permit by rule process? And how long will it take?
So we are actually working on drafts for that now. It's a modification. Similar process as the original application, but essentially you're only modifying what you modify of your original permit. So for instance, in this case, the majority of the modification is the change in turbine height, should the board approve this. But the state itself has 90 days to review that by statute. Typically those come in, at least with the majority of the solar projects that go through the state statute, that comes in earlier than that. But that 90-day clock starts after a 30-day public comment period and 2 weeks of public noticing of that comment period, as well as a new public meeting that has to be held on.
Okay, let's just say for the sake of an argument that the board does not approve the 680-foot height. When will you decide on the final turbine specs, like the model and number of turbines?
If the board does not approve a 680-foot height, just make sure I heard correctly. Is that correct?
Yes.
If the board does not approve 680-foot height, or any height adjustments in essence, that's going to severely limit the project. We'll have only a few turbines to consider working with, and if a manufacturer won't certify their turbine at the site, or if there's not availability of that turbine, then we simply cannot build it.
Okay. I guess the amount of turbines that you would be building would decide on what height you have approved, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
When do you anticipate having all the documents ready to file the site plan application?
Our intent would be to finish diligence to come to a financial close with the party that would put the financing in place this summer and start the site plan process with the county this fall.
Okay. How long do you plan on operating this facility?
So we as Apex, we hope to maintain and operate the facility for the life of it. That's not a guarantee. That doesn't necessarily mean we'll be the owner. For instance, two of our projects with IKEA that we maintain and operate, IKEA owns the facility, but Apex trucks are working on the facility. We would love to operate this project for the life of it, being how close it is to us in our backyard. But ultimately that's up to whoever can put the financing in place. So we present that as an option when we work with counterparties, but ultimately it's up to them.
Can you just briefly tell me what your decommissioning plan is?
Oh, sure. The decommissioning plan lays out the process for which the project comes out of the site, whether that's by a turbine operating for 12 months, or the regulations, or the project is at the end of its life cycle, which we intend to be about 30 years. At that point, that's what triggers the plan to come into effect. The money can be drawn from the bond to take the project facilities off the property and dispose and salvage them as possible.
Where will the decommissioned turbines be disposed?
That's a great question, and it's an ongoing issue that has grown more and more as the first generation of waste plants has come offline around the country. What we are seeing is that it's a growing possibility. It's a growing business opportunity. For instance, there's a company based in Washington that recycles wind turbine blades and uses them for things such as concrete filament or plastic extrusion for 3D printing. They grind them up and use those in other ways. And the intent is that this project would operate for 30 years. Right? this industry would grow exponentially as more turbines are coming offline around the country, especially as you have projects in this region that will be much older than this facility. The blades, or the turbines themselves, are warranted for at least 20 years. So the likelihood of them coming down before then is extremely low. There are instances where a blade may have some sort of crack or malfunction, but the vast majority of those things can be done with the blade on the turbine. It can be fixed that way. Actually, I have a couple of pictures here. So I was just going to show, this is a picture, the bottom picture here is showing a blade being repaired under in a cold weather climate for the epoxies. And the picture on the right is showing the same kind of thing, but similar tents that can be used during decommissioning as well while grinding out components at the end of the life.
Let's say you had a blade that could not be repaired on site. Who and where would it be disposed?
Yes, sir.
Who would dispose?
Yes, sir. So I don't know today where that would be taken, but as a part of our site plan approval, that is something we have to show. So we will be working with the region's facilities to understand what options are out there for these. If we can't demonstrate that, then we don't receive our site plan approval.
All right. Well, I don't have any more questions at this time. I'm sure we'll have more discussion after the public hearing. Do any of the other members of the board have any questions for Mr. Charlie?
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve Clinton. I've got a couple of questions. Yes. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Mr. Johnson. Good to see you again. Questions continuing with the issue, which I think is pretty significant, of the height increase. And I understand and appreciate the numbers you showed and gave some of the reasons for the larger turbines and higher boat height. But they were kind of taken in isolation, and what troubles me is what I see as using industry trends as a metric against what Apex is proposing. And most of what I'm about to cite comes from the Antares report, or actually it's one of the references in the Antares report, the electric industry market study 2018, which is a pretty good document. And what I'm about to say, and I understand you won't be able to comprehend these numbers just hearing them verbally, but I think you'll get the general trend that troubles me. For the industry, and this is from 2015, 2018. Total height. So half the diameter of the rotor plus enough height, I guess. 2015, the industry, the average across the industry, and I know that's a pretty gross number, but 437 feet. By 2018, it had increased in conformance with the trend that you mentioned, higher turbines, to 479 feet, increase of 43 feet, 10%. So the point is, industry trends from 2015 to 18 were a 10% increase. Apex, roughly over the same period of time for this specific project, is going from 550 feet to 680 feet. 130-foot increase, which is 24% versus 10% industry standards. Okay, so that's a little bit eye-opening, but it's one particular case. But it continues from the very beginning. Apex with the 550-foot proposal was 26% above industry standards. And right now, the 680 foot is 42% above the industry average. So, and again, I know you can take those numbers or leave them, but I think they're basically correct. Certainly the trend is accurate. So the question is, on a site as visible as this, especially, why is it that we have, and that you answered why we have these high turbines, but why are they so much higher, and why does Apex seem to have been so much higher with its proposal in terms of turbine height than the industry?
Sure, no, I appreciate the question. By going back some years, it's hard to think of this as one industry. I like to equate, sorry? I like to equate this to buying a car. If you have a big family, you buy a big SUV. If you have a small family, you can get away with sitting in. The same goes with the wind industry. Wind regimes at different sites are all different, and that's why I made the comment that the manufacturer has to certify their turbine at that site. Going back a few years, the windiest areas of the country were the ones that were getting developed. Your Oklahoma, Texas, the wind belt, if you will, through the center of the country. As technology has grown and become more efficient, it's opened new areas of potential development. Thus, you have your West Virginia wind projects, your Maryland wind projects, potential Virginia wind project, North Carolina. Those were not the original projects coming online 10, 15 years ago. The turbines have allowed that shift. It's allowed wind energy to be put on the grid closer to demand, which is where we are today. And the taller turbines allow for this site in particular, given the shear of the site, or where the wind changes over height, where it gets faster, allows for us to collect more of that. With the specific market of Virginia, we are by and large competing with solar constantly. Wind and solar are competing for purchasers of renewable energy. Where that comes into place is we have to now compete on the financing market. And if we're not able to utilize the newest technology, a financer is going to go finance a solar project for a better rate because it's not producing as much electricity. So we are constantly in the competing game because we're a market-based product. Our goal is to produce the most power at the site and with the least cost, if you will. And doing that at a site like this, the more capacity you can put on the site with a fewer number of towers overcomes the cost of construction to get to the top of the mountain. Is that?
When you say with a site like this, what's the underlying message there? Is this a less than optimal site for wind?
For this part of the country, no, sir. For this part of the country, this is an optimal site. But when comparing to construction sites in the Midwest, where you're driving on farm roads and you pull off the road and you're at your turbine location, it's a little different when comparing to building on the ridge line.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to one of the other things that I find troubling. In that same report where the nation, the continental U.S. is broken down into 5 regions, and we're in the Southeast region. It accounts for 1% of the wind capacity in the nation, and then the central region, like you say, I think, I don't know what it was, but 58% or something, but there just isn't much of it in the Southeast, and there's a reason for that, and that's a little bit troubling. I know you have to make it work, and if it didn't work, you couldn't do it financially, but it seems like a less than optimal application of wind power. Going back to this Mr. Martin's question about the access road and the right-of-way, I'm not sure we heard a real definitive answer on that, but I think what you said, even before the chairman asked his question, that we have verbal approval of the access road, and it's being handled by one of your colleagues who is not here tonight. Is that in essence what you said?
No, so my colleague who has gotten to verbal agreement with one of the large landowners in the area that we need for the access road is here with us tonight, is what I said. I apologize if I misspoke.
Oh, he is here. Oh, yeah, he or she is here. But all we have is verbal approval.
We're working fast pace on definitive documentation, but we are at verbal agreement on the terms of the impacts to the property on the road.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Bailey here, with a question or two. Charlie, what, or Mr. Johnson, maybe more formally, what are the tallest turbines that you manage, and where are they located?
That we as Apex manage.
Yes.
Defer to Carlos.
I think we have construction starting, I don't know what you say, we should.
Carlos Bogasills, Senior Vice President of Development, Apex Clean Energy. I don't have the specific heights for ones we're managing, but I know that we have ones approved that are going into construction soon in Illinois. I believe the height that they were permitted was 676 feet, possibly 680, and that's where construction was starting imminently. But those are the tallest so far.
So, do you manage turbines on a mountainside anywhere here in the east?
This would be the first one. Most wind turbine sites are built on ag land, on flat land. There's a handful of sites in West Virginia, there's one in Tennessee. I think there's going to be constructed in Maryland, and some in Pennsylvania.
Okay. So, let me ask you about the 100-foot ask for the equipment substations. Is that, what's the necessity of that? I guess your maximum is 75 megawatt. That's the project plan, right? So these bigger substations are necessary because.
So the substation, it's one structure that we're anticipating being up to 100 feet. And it's per Dominion. They have a specific set of equipment that they use for substations.
Okay.
This substation is no different than any substations anywhere else. It's probably smaller, actually. Just a project substation. But the location, it's actually at the bottom of the mountain, so it's not on top. So that tall structure would not be like a new turbine, if you will. But that structure is essentially to meet the terrain of the existing transmission line to allow the power to come down into the station.
Okay, so that has more to do with, it doesn't have anything to do with your tower or your turbine height. It has more to do with your tie-in. Okay.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Dr. Scott. Just a question or two again. Mr. Johnson, one of the things we take a look at, of course, is 680 is interesting change in height, but the station that you presently have is 75 megawatts, is that correct?
The capacity we can project is 78.2.
78.
Yes, sir.
What is the next station in West Virginia? How much is that producing?
There's a few in West Virginia. I don't know the full capacity of all the wind projects over there, but they're larger than those.
Is this the lowest project megawatts you've done?
Yes, sir. This is the smallest project for wind.
Yep, that's true. So once upon a time, smaller projects were common. We would see 100 was a typical, or even 50 in New York. You saw some that were even lower than that. Over time, the size has gotten larger. It's strictly just competition. In the beginning, when there weren't a whole lot of people developing projects, and you had renewable portfolio standards, people, it's windy, let's build a project. Now, it's just good old-fashioned capitalism. You have way more people building projects, developing projects, and you have buyers. And so the developers of projects are competing on price. And one of the ways you can compete on price is with scale. And another is to go higher. So for a project like Rocky Ford, going higher is really important because you don't have the advantage of scale in terms of the number of megawatts going in. So that when you're mobilizing something like a crane, if you're doing a 300 megawatt project, you might have 2 cranes. And that mobilization has to be spread across a lot of megawatts. And you have the additional cost of getting those done. You don't have if you're doing a project.
Into that entity as far as what we're taking a look at, what is the, if we have 75 or 78 is the total capacity they do, what is the probability of reaching that 78 or even 75 on a consistent basis? Now, that's one part. The second part of that is, how much do you lose in transmission that you get from the grid?
Sure. So in terms of, I mentioned we've done an enormous amount of study on this site for the wind, with net towers on site. Currently, we're looking at an NCF, we call it, which is net capacity factor in the mid-30s. So we'll call it 35%. What that tells you is that percentage of the time, the wind project would be operating at full tilt. It would be generating everything it can. That's not to say that when it's not running at that, they're not creating power, right? They can create power, but not be running at full speed, if you will. So that's how we come up with, we take our wind data that we've collected on site. We even have third-party groups analyze that data for us and concur with our assessment, which is used for financing purposes to justify that financing makes sense. And then that predicts how much energy we can produce. So at this site, we're looking at close to 215 gigawatt hours a year, which in essence equals about 21,000 homes with electricity for an average American home. To your second question on the losses, part of the benefit of this project is being on site with the transmission grid. So the power is getting onto the grid extremely fast. It just goes down the mountain and it's on the grid. Whereas you see projects out in the Midwest that are building 10-mile lines to get to the nearest site. And so that's the advantage we have in reducing losses here.
Thank you. The next part, you answered one of the questions I already had, because I thought we had talked about previously that you will employ the individuals at the location. So that was answered. The second, the other part is that the decommission, how long does it take to decommission one turbine?
Assuming that's a good question.
It's really like construction in reverse, and so I think on average, I think 2 turbines can get erected in a day. So I would expect it to be roughly the same, it would be, I'm assuming it would be about the same, call it a little more than a day to take a turbine down. It's getting, once the crane is on site and that crane can just move from turbine to turbine, just dismantle it in reverse.
Yeah, so when we're taking a look at the decommissioning process on these conditions, the time period is not an issue for you whatsoever, because we should be able to decommission all of those in a fast manner 30 years from now.
I would expect so. I would feel better if our, construction findings here to say, yeah, it's gonna take you X months to accomplish. We wouldn't expect it to be long.
And we have run these plans by our team to make sure that we can comply with everything. The biggest piece of that timeline is making sure that everything is mobilized. So once it's on site, it will go quickly. But getting that plan in place, that's the reason for putting a plan to the county to make sure that those things can be lined up quickly.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a couple questions. Ray, son. I guess looking at it from y'all's business standpoint, would it cost more or less to put in the 13 B162s than it would be the 150s?
So traditionally, the larger turbines, being the newer technology, do cost more on a per kilowatt basis, which is how we kind of measure it. But that being said, the newer turbines do produce more power. So ultimately, it helps the economics of the project. Does that answer your question? So, sorry, going back to this table, there are variables, but essentially the larger the turbine is traditionally the newer technology. So that is fewer turbines. Now that project may cost more. So 13 turbines may cost more than the 22 turbine version. That makes sense. But it's also producing more power. It's more efficient. And it's also fewer turbines to build, so fewer emissions.
But your goal is to make 75.
Yes, sir. As close to it as possible.
Oh, we got it, Mr. Chairman.
This is Steve Clinton. One question, continuing on the tax cited 20 million, state and local. Can you break that down a little bit more, in terms of period of time and percentage to state and percentage to local? Understanding it's just a order of magnitude at this point.
Sure, the vast majority of that is county revenue. Essentially to break it down, year one, we're looking, assuming the valuation coming out of the State Corporation Commission is what we expect and what we've worked with them on. We're looking at approximately $1 million in year one from the project, and that follows the depreciation schedule from the SCC, the Corporation Commission, over the 30-year project life. So in total, we're looking close to $17 million for this project over 30 years. And that's subject to the valuation that's given to it, but that's, to the best of our knowledge, that's where we stand today.
17 over 30 years local revenue. Is that right, local? Thank you.
Yes, sir, 17 over 30 years, what is it? Oh, yes.
Any more comments? Any more comments from any of the other board members?
Mr. Chairman, in our 2016, Nicole, what was that, over a period of 20 years? Was it 30 years as well? Yeah, well, no, the financial. Was it 30 years then?
There's the corporation which has a floor of 10%. So it's not like it'll tail off and we won't pay anything in those outer years, rather it levels out.
Just add one thing, there are a lot of questions about the height, but I do want to make one thing clear, given so the revenues are more or less fixed on the project. It's based on the power purchase agreement with the Commonwealth. Those revenues will not cover a turbine height of 550. The project simply, so when you ask, what do you get for going higher? Not to sound flip, but you get a project. You don't get one if it's 550. It will not be possible to build a project at 550. We wish we could. We would have done it.
Why is that again?
The taller tip height
What
means...
are the characteristics? Is this because it's at a higher elevation and the mountains are variable winds, or?
No, it means that when you're talking about a project of this size, you need all the generation you can get, and there's not enough generation at the 550 tip height. But because there's a high shear, there is actually a factor. There is a higher shear, meaning the difference in the wind speed as you go up in elevation. Sorry, as you go up in height on the turbine, there's a significant additional generation. And that's how wind farm gets paid, is or any power plant is, you get paid for the power you produce. And so that's all our tip height allows for a lot more power to be produced, and that's what makes the economics work for this particular site.
So it's a scale issue then, right? That's what's causing the height increase. The fact this is a relatively small plant.
That's absolutely a factor.
Okay.
Okay, any further comments from members of the board? Okay, if not, then I want to open the public hearing on the zoning ordinance text amendment that deals with the height. At this time, I'm open the public hearing, and I have, I think, 10 people signed up to speak. And it's one thing that I would like to say before I call anyone to the podium to speak. I know this is a controversial project or subject. About 50-50, a little more is in favor of it than against it. But, we're going to have our own thoughts on this thing. So I would ask that anyone that's in the audience or speaking would have respect and for the other speakers, and if you don't agree, let's agree to disagree. But no arguing or booing or clapping or anything like that. Let's just go ahead and get the comments out and see if we can get through this hearing tonight. The first, and you have 3 minutes to speak tonight. 10 to 3 minutes. If you're not through, we'll have to ask you to forget about anything else you're going to say. The first person that I'm going to call to the podium is John Cooper, speak, and the second one to speak will be Stevie Lovell. Stevie, if you would fall in behind John Cooper, so you'll be ready when it's time for you to speak, and we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. Cooper, are you ready to speak?
I'm ready.
All right, so go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is John Cooper, 535 Hollymead Lane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the Rocky Forge Wind Farm. As y'all know, I'm a member of the Fraley family, and I'm Jerry's nephew. This has been a long road, about 15 years for our family. My Uncle Jerry has poured his heart and his soul into this property since the 80s, creating a wildlife and recreational paradise. The next generation of owners, which includes myself, have plans to maintain and improve the wildlife habitat even after the wind tower installation to enjoy hunting and other recreational activities. Being the first wind farm in Virginia isn't an easy decision for you five to make, but I trust you want to make the best decision for the county. You'll be able to see the towers. That's the only legitimate concern that has been brought to the table. You can't change someone's perspective of a wind turbine, but the benefits far outweigh the negatives on this particular project. All the other propaganda can be debunked by science. My family recently made a trip to the Beach Ridge farm in West Virginia. The towers were turning, the birds were chirping, the wildlife coexisted with the wind towers, and the audible noise was non-existent. We've carried on normal conversations at the base of other tower structures at other locations in different parts of the country too. Y'all have seen the headline in the local papers, the wind farm will destroy forests in Botetourt County. With the height extension of the towers, which you are voting on tonight, the project will have approximately 100 acres cut. You know how many acres we cut every single year to benefit and promote wildlife habitat and conservation? About 100. Opening the closed canopy forest benefits many renewable wildlife species like deer, bear, turkey, and quail. We stood up here a few years ago and saw a 5-0 ruling in favor of Rocky Forge. As with anything, when a project of this magnitude is being installed, Apex owes it to its company and to Botetourt County to install the latest technology. With that comes a higher tower, but a less number of towers. I ask that you approve the zoning text amendment for the increased height, as well as the permit amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Our next speaker will be Stevie Lovell, and I would like to ask Barbara Lovell to come up to speak after him. Mr. Lovell, you got 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Stevie Lovell, Cloverdale, Virginia. I lived my entire life in Botetourt County. I'm in full support of this project, and I have a lot of reasons. I think a lot of technologies come out of projects like this, and I'm reluctant, don't need to be so anti-establishment sounding, but I think there's too many restrictions on this project. I think this project's taking way too long, and I've studied solar technology and some wind. I'm not an expert on anything, but I dabble in it, and I dabble in technologies and things, and a lot of things work, and ask questions why. And what's interesting is that these turbines have a fail-safe, and I don't think you should get a local fire department. I think they should be able to come and do the forest fire or something like that, but I don't think the training should be done. I mean, I think they should be acquainted, but I think that their team, APEC, already probably does. I'm just assuming has fail-safes, and these turbines, the way they're designed, already have a certain technology and fail-safe for them, and you can catch videos and things of them time to time where they may catch fire, or the forest would catch fire, but your job would go offline and then you just put off the forest fire. But I'm in a full project for this, and even encourage you to maybe locate some some capacity in Cloverdale, close to the transformers and things in the area that I live in. And I appreciate you all having this meeting and having an opportunity to speak on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll have Barbara Lovell, and after her, Eric Clonch.
My name
Go ahead.
is Lovell. I live at the base of Reed Mountain. I know people don't like change. I didn't grow up in Botetourt. My parents, Steve, moved to Botetourt. You know, we got here, Reed Mountain was a nice slow road. We didn't have a lot of people. My road's now a freeway. Change happens. Things change in Botetourt all the time, so Botetourt has grown. We put an addition onto our house and we could overlook a beautiful Reed Mountain. You saw the seasons change, the snow. I look out that window now and I see a subdivision. Things happen. I know people don't like to look up and see a windmill. I've been out west. I've seen the windmills. They're beautiful. I think they're beautiful. They're majestic. They're quiet. I know that DEQ and water quality and everybody's going to do their part to make sure that this, works for the environment and do their part. I'm just saying that I am in favor of the windmills for Botetourt.
Thank you very much. Next is Eric Clonch, and after him will be Foster Covington.
I'm Eric Clonch, 2817 Mount Moriah Road in Eagle Rock. Board members, the wind ordinance calls for, quote, independent review, end quote. And the Board of Supervisors authorized staff to procure an independent consultant on February the 25th. Antares was called a third-party review and described as independent, but they are not. Antares' main author, Heidi Albrook, has been pro-wind for years. The report recommendations are biased in favor of Apex, not county citizens. Dr. Bailey, infrasound. Recall the green folder with wind turbine infrasound sources I provided to the board in December? In spite of settled science that the larger the turbine, the greater the infrasound noise generated, are you aware that the Antares report basically dismissed infrasound in its report? Don't you find this troubling, given that these will be the largest onshore wind turbines in the United States? Antares intentionally left out a suggested low frequency noise threshold level text amendment, favoring Apex, not the protection of county citizens and wildlife. Mr. Martin, are you aware that the county shared the Antares consultant report with Apex before it was final, so Apex could approve of it? Ms. Pendleton emailed Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mormon on April 28th, saying, and I quote, "I will also need to share with Apex in the event that they would want to make any changes," end quote. This is a blatant conflict of interest. Dr. Scotland, are you aware that the Rocky Forge project will be seen from McAfee's Knob, one of the best views of the Appalachian Trail, right in the middle of the view? Apex carefully crafted its viewshed impact graphic so it doesn't quite cover that area. Mr. Sloan, Apex is intentionally misleading everyone about Rocky Forge's energy output. Are you aware the PJM interconnect agreement is for 10.1 megawatts on the grid, nowhere close to 75 megawatts? When will all of you see that Apex has been playing you all for fools? Mr. Clinton, the county ordinance only requires, quote, a summary of the wind data collected, and Apex provided no detail. County citizens suggested wind rose diagrams as a text amendment to provide the county more granular information of wind conditions. Again, Antares left these out. Perhaps because Antares knows these graphs will show very little wind over some months, making the county's decision more difficult to pursue. I urge the board to postpone this vote. Antares' report is not independent, is not adequate for making truly informed decisions to change this project.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Next speaker would be Foster Covington, and after him, Matt Cooper.
Mr. Chairman, Foster's have left.
Yes. He left?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Matt Cooper would be the next speaker, and after Matt Cooper would be Tenny Mudge.
My name is Matt Cooper, and I reside at 402 Timber Ridge, Fincastle. Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to stand before you tonight. By voting to approve the requested changes to the zoning ordinance concerning wind energy systems along with the use regulations, it will pave the way to ensuring fruition of the Rocky Forge Wind Energy Project. That project will help bring financial stability to the businesses within Botetourt County and the surrounding areas. It will also help to bring financial stability and opportunity to the citizens of Botetourt County through guaranteed tax revenue to the county. My family has always been conservation minded. We have proven this with blood, sweat, and tears in efforts to improve the habitat for the region's wildlife. We will ensure the regulations for both erosion and sediment control and water quality will be met to minimize the impact to our local waterways and wildlife. Please vote to approve the requested changes to the text amendments along with the use regulations in the Botetourt County ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Tenny Mudge, and after that individual, Shirley Crumley.
Thank you to the chairman and each board member. The truth speaks for itself. Botetourt is a guinea pig. We've just heard tonight there's not enough wind. We know the Antares reports does not encourage taller turbines. It states 680 feet is large by industry standards, and 550 is well within current practices, leveling 3.5 miles of fragile mountaintop for the latest trending turbine by a company that's never done a ridgetop installation is not in your interest, nor is it what you agreed to with Apex. Apex changing the game and complexity is increasingly more risk than it is worth. We know about the inability of Apex to obtain an easement to improve a privately owned road for site access. This is an overall important part of their transportation plan. How can there be approval for larger turbines when tax-paying landowners have every right to deny an easement? You vote now and get an easement later? At the prior planning meeting, a public comment was made of the globally respected American Bird Conservancy supporting Rocky Forge. This is false. Dr. Michael Hutchins, the director of the American Bird Conservancy, has submitted 4 letters that I have here that the Conservancy opposes the poorly sited Rocky Forge project, and it is located in the globally important bird area. He writes, Rocky Forge is sited precisely in the concentrated migration and nesting location of the small and vulnerable population of the eastern golden eagle that is strictly protected by 3 federal acts and treaties. He reports tracking research to show the golden eagles migrate and nest in the ridgeline area of Rocky Forge. The same ridgeline for potentially even taller turbines with larger blade sweep and undeniably more eagle kill. The conservation efforts by the Fraley family seem to overlook the future counting of carcasses of protected eagles. So 4 years later, and here we are, Apex still cannot tell you how many turbines, what turbine model. And Charlie Johnson at the Planning Commission couldn't even say what the material blades are made of for decommissioning purposes. If this is complicated, complex, and confusing now, you can be assured it is going to get worse. We all support clean, well-sited green energy where the ends justify the means. This is not Rocky Forge. This will cost you far more than you ever will gain. This is your county, not the governor's, not Apex. Please protect Botetourt and this great state, and vote no to the text and amendment changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mudge. Our next speaker, Sherry Crumley, and the speaker after Sherry Crumley will be Dave Condon.
My name is Sherry Smith Crumley. I live at 2917 Tree Bark Road, Buchanan. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors and staff. I'm here before you this evening in support of amending the SCP to allow for newer, more efficient wind turbines and to delete the 5-year time limit for the project. I am a conservationist. I served 9 years on the board of the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries, 15 months of those 9 years as the first female chairman. I am a conservationist. I'm in my 14th year as a board member of the National Wild Turkey Federation. Our mission is save the hunt, save the habitat. I am a conservationist. In 2019, my husband and I put our 350 acres of land in Botetourt County into a conservation easement. We are conservationists. In my opinion, wind energy is the least invasive form of energy. The effects on the land and wildlife will be minimal. Some citizens of the Commonwealth are opposed to fossil fuel energy. Some are opposed to natural gas pipelines and the taking of land through eminent domain. This proposed wind farm project will be located on a property consisting of several thousand acres in a rural part of Botetourt County. This land is owned by one family, the Fraley family. My husband and I have known the family for almost 35 years. Mr. Fraley put together this piece of property because of his love of wildlife and conservation. He would not do anything that would damage his land or wildlife. I hope that you will approve these amendments and changes to the SCP. Let's let Botetourt County lead the way in wind energy for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. Next speaker is Dave Condon, and the speaker after him would be Leighton Powell.
Good afternoon, my name is Dave Condon, and I reside at 5520 McKinney Hollow Road, Fincastle District. When I first spoke against this project with Cindy, she belongs to Scenic Virginia. Dear Chairman Martin and esteemed supervisors, Scenic Virginia, founded in 1998, is dedicated exclusively to the preservation, protection, and enhancement of the
board members of guiding this issue. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I also hear a lot of very good questions. Mr. Sloan, you asked whose bird dog it is. That's a great question. I asked that question myself. Mr. Sloan, you asked, and you indicated along with Mr. Clinton, a need for 680 feet, and what's the payout? What's the difference? Why? What's the justification for that? 550 feet. Those are great questions. I've heard and seen Ms. Pendleton's very comprehensive, very complete, very detailed analysis of the SCP, yet we still have all these questions. The question to me, gentlemen, and everybody in the gallery is, why are we doing this, and whose time frame are we on? The answer to both questions is one, Apex. We're being asked to take action in Apex interest on Apex timeline, on their schedule. When, surprise of surprises, tonight we hear that the entire project on Rocky Forge on North Mountain can't even go forward unless it is higher than 550 feet. We heard it. It's scale or height. Scale. 175. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. One point I want to make and revisit this, and I really appreciate the homework that board members apparently done on this issue. I very much appreciate that, and it's evidence to me here tonight. My major point, I guess, in my attempt to distill all of this this noise, is very the question of why. Why are we doing this? And sort of a subset of that question, I think, is just because you can doesn't always mean you should. One of the surprising things I heard here tonight, actually, is that according to Apex, this this project has a very slim margin of success. It's 550 feet or no project at all. Well, at 550 feet, as we all know, or those of us who've been following this for a while, there were some serious questions raised about the veracity of the output claims at 550. We have same questions about 650. That's sort of a separate issue. Many people have spoken to other aspects of this issue. One of the big issues with me is property values. And I know I'm sort of going off script to what I said before. But to me, environmental issues, property values are really the big ticket items here. A lot of other people have spoken to environmental issues, very technical. Output and the shortcomings, the truth of the output, that's very technical. Let me, for one last time, remind everyone in this room that property values are seriously impacted. And when I mentioned last time about throwing Botetourt County citizens, residents under the bus, that's what I mean. I bring with me, and I know maybe I'm beating a dead horse here to death again. I bring with me from California, from Southern California, some experience in the practical matter of wind industry growth in Southern California. I can speak with a great deal of confidence right now. My parents' property in Southern California, we've been told by realtors who my parents have known and their families for years and years and years. So I consider this information to be reliable. There is no way their property, we're being told, will ever sell for market value if the wind turbines are not prominently placed in a fee schedule. There is no way. Maybe I'm up.
Yeah.
Okay, your time is up. You want to wrap it up real quick?
Well, the only other thing I will say is that Antares trots out the same Lawrence Livermore Labs 2013, updated from 2010, I believe, real estate assessment survey says that there's no appreciable change in property values. Well, I can tell you for a fact there are a number of regional surveys done that will absolutely put that argument to rest. Adams County, Illinois, 25 to 40% loss of real estate value. Van Wert County, Ohio, up to 26% loss. Lansing, Ontario, 38 to 58% loss. There are many, many cases of lost property values due to the construction of wind turbines. It makes perfect sense. I don't know why it takes somebody from Antares or anyone else to tell us otherwise, but at least that is the case also in my family's experience.
Okay, well, we appreciate that, and thank you so much. Next speaker is Danny Goad, and following him will be John White. Danny Goad, then John White.
Good afternoon. My name is Danny Goad. I reside at 4766 Reed Mountain Road in Cloverdale. I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors for allowing this opportunity to speak in this hearing. I do have some concerns with regard to the increased height of the windmills. If anyone has ever lived close to an industrial plant where there's a lot of rotating equipment, they have probably heard the sound of a failed bearing at some point in time as they live by that plant. And with any type of mechanical device that you have with rotating equipment, and I understand that the gearbox probably turns at around 1,500 RPMs or so. If you have a failed bearing, you will have a lot of noise, or could have a lot of noise associated with it. And at these increased heights, what additional work is required to get to those bearings to repair them. 130 feet more. Is it a taller crane? Does it take you more days to find the crane to get it there? How long will the people in the area have to hear these screaming bearings before anything is done with it to repair it? I don't know what the crane service is at this site, but any type of maintenance that is done on the turbine itself would require a large crane, and which means repair to the road in some cases, and just making it an even bigger obstacle for those who live in the area. Windmills in general, do we have an energy balance? Do all the costs that go into building windmills 680 feet tall, all the costs associated with it, all the steel, all the machinery, are those costs less than what it costs in the energy that you acquire from it? Also, with additional height, I would expect you want to have more downtime and less production time, in addition to the noise that you can expect to have because of failed components. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to express my concern.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, John White.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. My name is John White. I've lived in this area most of my life. I've lived in Botetourt for the last 15 years. During that time, I've never felt the call or urgency to speak in front of any government organization or board. But tonight, I feel called to let the board know that I strongly oppose the Rocky Forge wind project. Next to the people in the county, the biggest single asset this county has is our natural beauty. The idea of putting 22 680-foot structures in our county and destroying our natural beauty requires me to speak out at this point in time about this project. Governments often throw out numbers that nobody can really get their hands around. In this case, the number is 680. So what is 680? 680 divided by square footage is almost 50 stories. All right, so we got 50 stories the height of the building, the height of the structure, the windmill. Now, so what is 50? I mean, so that's just a number. So what does that mean? So the single largest building in our area is the Wells Fargo Tower downtown that we all know. Right? That structure is, if I'm not mistaken, 23 stories tall. All right, so you could take two of the Wells Fargo Tower, stack them on top of each other, still not be at 50 stories. Then you could go down the street, get the Anthem building, put it on top of the other 2 stories. Now you're at 51 stories. That's what we're looking at here. To me, the concept of destroying our natural beauty for whatever tax base, it can't be jobs. There's going to be jobs created here from the fact that of the construction site, but that's temporary jobs. Those people will come and go. Permanent job, 6 friggin' jobs. And we're going to do all of this, destroy our natural beauty for 6 jobs and some tax benefits. I just can't go along with it. So for those reasons, I oppose this project. 2 side notes from sitting and listening. One, Apex has told you tonight, it's our way or the highway. If you don't give us what we want, see you later, we're done. Second thing, they told you tonight, they don't have another project like this. Why would you be in business with somebody that's told you that tonight? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone on the telephone that would like to speak? If there's anybody on the telephone who would like to provide some comments, please press 5* on your phone so that we know to unmute your line. At this time, Mr. Chairman, we do not go. Sorry, we've got 6 callers who have raised their hands, so I'm going to unmute the first one. Please hold. Okay. Caller, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Mary Beth Smith. I live at 123 East Main Street in Fincastle. First of all, thank you. All right. Unless they lost it now. Come on.
You're okay, Mr. Ted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Speaking. Okay, I'm sorry. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have been reading up and reviewing this project and some of the information about it for a while, and I guess what concerns me about this is that I think we all agree that we see the need for clean energy, we see the need for renewables, but we also all say, but not in my backyard. And I just think this is a great opportunity for Botetourt County to lead and to get out in front of this and actually to do something that will allow us to be out in front of this idea of, clean energy and kind of doing the right thing for the environment. To me, the site is well suited. I too have traveled through the Midwest and seen
drove by on the interstate.
Is there someone else talking? Sound like someone is talking and drowning you out, Ms. Smith.
Well, that's pretty normal.
Okay, go ahead and continue, please.
Well, again, basically just to summarize, I am in support of the project. I think that it's an example where Botetourt County could lead, and I think the site is well suited for it.
Okay, thank you very much. We have another caller.
Please mute my line.
Caller, please go ahead.
Hey, this is Steve Neese. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Steve Neese, 750 Morris Creek Road. Much has been said about the increased height of the turbines that Apex has proposed in their amended SEP submission.
Okay, you still there?
This is Steve Neese again. I don't know why I got muted.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. Much has been said about the increased height of the turbines that Apex has proposed in their amended SEP submission, but nothing about the turbines themselves. Apex proposes to raise the height so the newly developed massive GE Cypress platform can be used. The GE Cypress platform is manufactured in France. The first prototype for this model was deployed in the Netherlands just last year in March of 2019. That's barely a year worth of performance data. Not only does Apex not have experience with mountaintop development, there is no experience with the Cypress turbine deployed in turbulent, windful winds with updrafts and rapidly changing directions found in mountaintops. If deployed here, North Mountain will be a beta site for the deployment of this equipment in a mountainous environment. Wind turbines are known to experience a high frequency of failure and fires. what is the failure rate of these new turbines? No one knows because there's no actual field data. Charlie mentioned the car industry. I think back when the new Tesla car was introduced, years of developing and testing went into producing that car. What did you think of when the Tesla was finally placed into common use? Cars whose batteries were erupting in flames. Engineers are not able to predict or model every possibility when a new piece of mechanical equipment until it is placed into full operation. They need actual field data. Along with others, I submitted changes to the wind ordinance. My change stated that the standard for wind turbines deployed in Botetourt County should have at least 5 years of deployment history in similar conditions as in Botetourt County. These massive skyscrapers are not some piece of manufacturing equipment inside a building where they cannot be seen. These will be seen miles around and have the potential for setting North Cat Mountain on fire. My suggested changes were rejected as excessive. It seems to me 680 feet towers on top of a mountain with untested equipment is excessive. Are you performing your duty like the public by allowing these massive untested equipment to be constructed in your county? The prudent action would be not to approve the height change. An APAC build project using technology they proposed in 2016. When I addressed this body back in January 2016, I raised the question of there not being sufficient winds in the Allegheny Mountains to support utility scale winds. When questioned, Mr. Johnson replied there were sufficient winds at that time. Was that statement not true, and why is there a need for new technology? If the project was financially viable at 550 feet in, why is it not now? And Terry's report as an independent consultant, it is clear to me after reading emails we received in the FOIA request and other information, that Terry is not independent, that Terry is an advocate for wind energy in this project. Have you inquired with anyone that has experienced the negative effects of these large towers? I guess no, because there's no one in the U.S. that has that experience.
Yeah, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but your time was up, about 30 seconds ago. You need to wrap it up and get on.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, please hold on, I'm going to mute everyone else. Unfortunately, so you need to give me 1 second, please.
Okay, thank you.
Please hold. Caller, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff, friends, and neighbors. My name is George Williams of 3465 Dagger Springs, Eagle Lawn. I am the landowner of the Botetourt Wind Project. Thank you for the opportunity to again ask for your support for our project. Hard to realize after 14 years that this will be our last meeting if we get a positive vote. This project owes so much to so many people. I want to thank all of you very, very much. We have been evaluated, engineered, regulated, permitted, and scrutinized on every level by many agencies, government entities, and hearsay opposition. This project has jobs, recognition, tourism, conservation, prestige, and income. The time couldn't be better for our country and state. The worst unemployment in history due to the COVID-19 virus makes this project much more important. We are very proud to have a signed power agreement and all permits and right-of-ways. We are ready to move.
vital cause to the county. This project is very important to Botetourt County. I respectfully ask the board to make this last positive vote and make it happen. Thanks again to all who have supported us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Do we have anyone else on the phone?
We have time for callers, please hold.
Okay.
Caller, please go ahead. Caller, you're on mute, please go ahead.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Diana Godleska. I'm with the Southeastern Wind Coalition, and I'm personally located at 408 Target Street in Raleigh, North Carolina. So although I'm personally located in North Carolina, our organization covers 11 southeastern states up to Virginia, down to Florida, and over to Louisiana. So a lot of the work that we do is studying and disseminating information on how wind resources can be used in the Southeast, especially at different altitudes, which would require newer technology. When it comes to onshore wind, the reason why we haven't been able to see this new technology in the Southeast is because, again, all is new. So the onshore wind that's available in other parts of the country has not been viable in the Southeast. But this new technology has come so far that it's now built economically viable turbines in areas previously deemed uneconomic. So although 680 foot turbines are certainly all and a first for Botetourt County, that height is keeping a trend in wind turbine technology. It is this new technology that would allow states like Virginia to finally be able to capture economic wind for the generation of electricity. And for this reason, Rocky Ford Wind Farm would be the first of its kind in the Commonwealth. However, there are more than 3,000 turbines taller than 680 feet currently in consideration in 18 states across the country. So Botetourt County has a unique opportunity to lead this trend in the Southeast and further solidify Virginia's role as one of the leaders in wind development, which the state is on a trajectory to do. Furthermore, one of my last points is that landowners in Botetourt County will also see significant economic benefits from the wind farm. Leases from Rocky Ford project will provide landowners with a stable source of revenue for approximately 30 years. And as mentioned earlier today, there would be additional $20 to $25 million in state and county tax revenue over the life of this project, with more economic development that would come from manufacturing, job growth, and even tourism. So I greatly appreciate your time tonight, and I thank you.
What was your last name again?
Godleska. It's a mouthful.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have 4 more callers.
Yes, we need, I'll be the next one, please hold.
All right, sir.
Caller, please go ahead.
Hello?
Caller at 462-2921, please go ahead.
I already spoke.
Okay, yours, so let me get the next person, please hold. Caller, please go ahead.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Not sure, never sure who's next, but, my name is Jessica, 1023 Smoky Road, Lexington. Due to the 3-minute limitation, I can't give the full version of what Virginians for Responsible Energy, VRE, said to county officials about why it would be financially and legally irresponsible for the county to approve the changes to the SEP wind ordinance requested by APEX. The full document and attachment to the VRE provided to the county. The key point is that there are close relationships between
ties with JMU, Center for Advancement of Sustainable Energy, and the Southeastern Blue Coalition. For various reasons, including most likely financial gain, these entities all want to have Rocky Forge built. But for those reasons of interest, and not being exposed to the public. What is also not being exposed to the public is how closely Botetourt County has cooperated with them. In February of this year, DRA submitted a set of recommended changes to the wind ordinance with clear rationale for the changes and extensive documentation to justify the changes. And while DRA was told by Nicole Pendleton, Director of Community Development, that she had been directed to review the entire wind ordinance, none of the changes submitted by DRA are included. And while DRA asked for specifics on why none of the changes are included, we have never received an answer. An email obtained through a FOIA request, DRA has discovered that Ms. Pendleton has facilitated the cooperation of the county with these companies and organizations while keeping DRA and other individual representatives opposed to the project on the sidelines and in the dark. These emails show Ms. Pendleton providing APEX and its associated pro-link organizations information that DRA gave to the county on recommended changes. These emails show the county advocating for the applicant and giving little attention to the issue. The appreciation of APEX for these actions is best summed up in the one sentence email from APEX. Thank you very much for sharing these with us.
Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Whether these actions have been the sole decision of Ms. Pendleton, or whether she was directed to do so by county officials, we do not know yet. The documents exist and there are processes by which all of these will be reviewed. All of this is detailed in the document that DRA provided to the county. Before you have any vote on approving or rejecting the requested changes, you need to carefully read that document. Because if you approve the changes and the county is sued by a citizen because they have developed heart problems from infrasound, or because they can't sell their house, or the process itself is challenged, this is the process and the behavior the county and its taxpayers will have to defend and pay for. APEX has left a trail of litigation throughout this country. Its reputation speaks for itself. If you think APEX or any of their accomplices will come to your defense, you are mistaken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We have the next speaker.
Just please call. Alan, please go ahead.
It's Alan Brown, Rockbridge County. I had a couple questions actually about the guaranteed 60 decibels. It says at the project boundary, what about beyond the boundary? The way sound bounces around these mountains, it gets pushed all over the place. And does that mean that they're guaranteeing it won't be higher than 60 decibels at our home, which is approximately 2.5 miles from the project? And if it is, what type of repercussions or guarantees or any type of recourse that we have if the noise exceeds 60 decibels? Also, if there's going to be something like that, it should be ironclad legal language. If they've shown to be deceptive, just like we said in the beginning, 550-foot turbines weren't going to make enough power that anybody would buy it. So the governor steps in, uses taxpayer dollars to buy the project, but only if it goes to 680 feet so it can make enough power that's viable. Not because it's new technology, it's because it's 550 feet. They lied to you and told you that it would work and it won't. So my question is, what's our guarantee about the 60 decibels? And after it's built, if it's over 60 decibels, what do we do about it? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next speaker.
Next speaker, please proceed. I think that's Jonathan.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board and staff. My name is Jonathan Miles. I'm a resident of Crozet, Virginia, in Albemarle County. health and service professor in the School of Integrated Sciences, and executive director of the Center for the Advancement of Sustainable Energy at James Madison University. And I will first express my disappointment that a spokesperson from CRE would insinuate that we have in any way a profit motive or affiliation with either the county or other organizations. That's just patently false and unfortunate that such a viewpoint was expressed. I revisited the original utility-scale wind ordinance that was approved in 2015, as well as suggested modifications to the ordinance that would provide accommodations for wind turbines taller than originally proposed. In 2015, wind power technologies and practices have advanced significantly, with projects, especially in the Mid-Atlantic and Southeast, now favoring taller towers and larger diameter rotors. Such turbines provide important benefits to the developer and operator of the project, as well as to the community in which the project is constructed. A Rocky Forge wind project, as redefined with taller turbines, will result in a more robust economic output, reduced operating and maintenance costs, reduced impacts on the environment and the surroundings during both installation and operation, and visual impacts comparable to, or by some measures even less intrusive than those presented by the Several of the individuals who have submitted comments over the past month have expressed concerns about how the Rocky Forge wind project might fare negatively in terms of environmental impact, especially pertaining to avian wildlife, sound emissions, and visual impacts. On this topic, it's important to emphasize that the state wind permit by rule, administered by the Virginia DEQ and published in 2010, is recognized as one of the most robust and intensive state-level wind permitting processes in the nation. I served on the regulatory advisory panel that crafted the rule as informed by legislation mandating the creation of the late PDR, one that requires for a developer to engage the public in a highly transparent manner, anticipate through appropriate analyses the myriad benefits and adverse impacts of the lake project, draft plans to mitigate any impacts that are deemed to fall outside of standards of acceptability, and present for review all plans associated with the project. I was satisfied with the earlier effort by APEX to secure PDR approval, as well as their more recent efforts to develop a modified plan. I applaud APEX and the Washington County community for the outstanding example you presented to the citizens of Virginia by virtue of your cooperative and thoughtful approach. This effort is particularly timely given that Governor Northam just recently signed legislation that establishes, for the first time in Virginia history, a mandatory renewable portfolio standard. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, sir.
One more comment. All right, sir. Diana, please proceed.
Oh, I'm sorry, my hand was not raised.
Oh, okay. At this point, we do not have any comments.
Diana is not going to speak.
No, it indicated that she had raised her hand, but she said she did not have a comment. So,
Okay, yes.
Sorry. One more person has raised their hand. So give me 1 second. I'll unmute them. Okay. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Dan Crawford of 2311 Kipling Street, Southwest Toronto. I'm chair of the Sierra Club Water Group, and Botetourt is one of the counties with a
person who has just indicated they want to provide some comments. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please proceed.
William Scaff, Farmington Place Court, Roanoke County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board for this opportunity to speak. I oppose this project for the following reasons. Because of its variable and intermittent output, wind energy is not a particularly effective climate change mitigation technology. Wind electricity cannot be used if it is not balanced as it enters the grid, and it is balanced by natural gas plants, which produce carbon emissions and air pollutants. Consequently, wind energy as an electricity generation system that requires balancing is not clean. Wind energy will not be a particularly effective climate change adaptation technology either. What makes wind attractive is powered by weather. It's also its demise because weather is dependent on climate. In a recent study, the U.S. Department of Energy considered the impact of global warming on energy sources. For wind, as the wind blows the least during the warmest part of the day, afternoon, and during summer months, more warm days during the year and a longer summer season will result in a decrease in wind generation, contributing to the destruction of usage and habitat. Wind energy uses substantially more land than conventional energy sources to produce the same amount of electricity per facility annually, several hundred times more for wind. One factor, a conventional power plant can produce electricity up to 93% of the time, whereas wind, 34%. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Scaff. Mayor, is that it?
Yes, at this time, we will raise hands.
Okay, we had one more individual that wanted to speak. He's got some broken bones in his foot and didn't want to walk all the way down to the podium to make the comments. But I'll read his letter. It's from Delegate Austin of the 19th House District. It says, Dear Botetourt County Board of Supervisors, I write in support of Apex Clean Energy Rocky Force Wind Project. This year, the General Assembly passed the Virginia Clean Economy Act, requiring utilities of the Commonwealth to deliver energy from 100% renewable sources by 2045. Choosing to diversify our energy portfolio with Virginia's first onshore wind farm will establish Botetourt County as a leader in this effort. Approving this project will also demonstrate the county's willingness and ability to adapt to the ever-changing demands of our economic environment. If approved, it will confirm Botetourt's desire to accommodate an increasing number of businesses that continue to express interest in purchasing renewable energy to run their operations. The current pandemic has reduced the Commonwealth's income of 26%, and it's my understanding that there will be a commensurate decline in local county tax revenue. Approval of this wind project will generate a significant amount of additional revenue to Botetourt, which will reduce the impact of the local tax burden over the long term. Furthermore, this wind energy project is sited on a relatively small section of undevelopable mountain terrain, where numerous solar farms throughout Virginia have been located on hundreds of acres of fertile farmland. This project and its community support and the residents of Botetourt have overwhelmingly welcomed Rocky Forge in public meetings. For these reasons, I support this project and its ability to diversify the Commonwealth's energy portfolio. Thank you for your time and consideration. Certainly, Delegate Terry Austin, 19th House District. Okay, at this time, do we have anyone else that wants to make any comments concerning this project? Okay, if not, I'll close the public hearing, and we will discuss this among the members of the board. And I was,
Mr. Chairman? Mr.
Sir?
Chairman, would it be advisable to have Apex back up here to comment on some of the issues that they were brought up?
Yeah, I thought we were already down there, yeah, that would be a good idea.
Okay, just give them a few minutes and that'll be time.
Yeah, I have another question, I think, with Charlie Johnson. I just received. Charlie, could you come to the podium? Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I have one question. I have a document here that dated December 2016. I guess we had this when y'all come to the board the first time. I'm not sure what it means here, but it's got generation interconnection facility study report for PJM generation interconnection request. It's got from Lexington to Livermore 230 kilovolts. And I'm assuming that is the 230 kilovolt line that runs from Lexington to Livermore. And then below that, it's got 10.1 megawatt capacity / 78.2 megawatt energy. Is that concerning another tower somewhere?
No, sir, that's part of our study process with PJM and Dominion for injection of power into the grid. And specific to that, answering one of the issues that came up, the claim that this project, and PJM agrees that there's only going to be 10.1 megawatts produced at the site is seen out of context. The PJM does not make a recommendation on what they think the project can produce. What they do is they make a recommendation on a separate market for capacity rights. So traditionally, that essentially means you're bidding into the day-ahead market for the cost of power. So a wind project by nature is allowed, based on the size of the project, an automatic percentage of capacity rights. Traditionally, your fossil fuel generators would do this with a lot more of their power because they have higher capacity ratings. But that's separate from what we see as producing at this site. It's a totally different market in terms of predictability for day-ahead and future markets.
Great. Back in 2016, when this project first surfaced, we went through several public hearings and meetings, and it was a lot of people that were not in favor of this. They didn't want a tower standing up our 550 feet that you can see for 20 more miles. And, we worked through all of that, and we did come to consensus with the board that we would go ahead and go with the 550-foot height on that. Then you guys come back with a letter saying you want to go to 675 feet. And, we've got a lot of people here that support wind energy, and a lot of them that said pro on these reports say, yes, we will support it, but not for a higher height. I was going to suggest that maybe we look at just going one more foot to 551 feet. So you'll have several of these to choose from. I don't know how that would affect what you want to do. 4 years ago, it was fine, and, this would work great, and everybody would be happy, and, we could get this on the way and try to get this wind energy tower built. What about the 551 feet, 492 feet? I know you made some comments on it, but, I am for wind energy. I'm for, your windmills, but I am not for the 675-foot height. What I personally think I have to lay aside and do what our citizens want. And, they're the ones that put us in office. We told them that we would try to do what they want us to do, and we have to listen to them. So it's very difficult to try to sit here and do some of these things that the people that put us in office don't want us to do. And we have to face these individuals again, depending on how we vote. I know some of the people that are pro on this, if we didn't go to the
175 feet, they're gonna be mad at it. And then there are some that don't want us to go there, but when they would be mad, so, you know, it's sort of a two-edged sword here. But, at 551 feet, if we extended that 1 foot where you had several more options to choose from, how would that affect it?
First of all, I don't envy the position that you're in, having to hear all this a second time. You know, back when the board spoke in 2016, you know, the 550 feet was what was offered. It was not what we asked for. But we said, okay, we can probably make this work. So the question is fair, is what's changed from 2016 to today? What's changed is the competition from solar. In this country, you've got to compete. There's no automatic right, you have to build a wind farm. Go ahead, you can do it. We're going to guarantee you a great return. No, you've got to compete against other sources of generation. And since 2016, especially in the last 2 years, 3 years, solar has really come on strong. Solar has a lot of preferential treatment with tax code in Virginia. And it's a productive technology in Virginia. Rocky Forge has to compete with that. They can't just say, well, you know, we just need to charge a higher price. What the going higher allows us to do, that's what's going to allow us to be able to meet the price that the Commonwealth is willing to pay for the power. And anytime that we're looking at things like higher height, it's not to put more money in our pockets, it's to be able to lower the price and compete against other wind farms, compete against solar farms, compete against gas and coal. It's just one of the ways that the market has responded. If the board goes through with raising it just 1 foot, there simply is not a project. The project will not be built at 500 feet, it won't be built at 550 feet, it won't be built at 551 feet. Just the numbers can't work at that height, given where the power price is, the power purchase agreement with the Commonwealth.
I agree, I think 551 feet can give you a few more options for a couple more. One of them was 492 feet, and you say you can't do that one. Well, I was going to make a motion 551 feet, but I'd like to hear from the other members of the board before I say anything else. How they feel.
Mr. Chairman, if we could let them go through some of the issues that were brought up before by some of the citizens, that they give them a chance to answer, such as infrasound, some of the turbines, foreign turbines that aren't allowed in the state. Except there's a lot of them.
Sure, and to that point, one more point to raise, actually, the slide that was sitting up here for a while, Mr. Chairman. What I was trying to show at that table in the supplemental information was the turbines in the market now. I think the key there is that not all of these turbines make sense for the project. That's the reason I'm asking for the flexibility to go up to this higher height. Just trying to show some of the kind of breadth of turbines that are being installed. One of the main issues that I was going to bring up has been covered, both the transmission capacity rating as well as the market changes that Carlos spoke to just now. Another one that I'd like to bring up is just the intermittency of wind. This is not a new technology in other parts of the country. Wind is predictable. That's why we take measurements during development. That's why we take wind measurements during construction and during operations of the project. We can predict to a pretty good degree when the wind will be blowing, when this project will be online. And furthermore, other states out in the Midwest are producing some of them over 30% of their energy from wind now. They're far, far exceeding what Virginia is doing to stabilize their grid. And so other ISOs, we call them, or utilities, right out there, have figured out a way to make this work. And that's something that I see Virginia and our current area proceeding towards over time.
I think there's a couple speakers. I'll make this one more point, and then I think maybe we could better answer the questions that you want us to respond. There was a lot that was raised. There's a lot of been said about this is brand new technology, never been used before. The comparison to the Tesla is the wrong comparison. It's more like the comparison to you're going to buy a Ford F-150 or Chevy pickup truck. There's incremental improvements every year. So yes, has that particular tip light been used? But the technology is not different. The technology is incremental improvement. Just like somebody, you wouldn't think you're doing something controversial to drive a 2020 Ford F-150. It's going to probably drive very much like the 2019 Ford F-150. And it's a similar thing. The technology really does not change. Every year they are able to make them a little bit more productive. They're able to make them a little lighter. And what they're part of how they're able to make them more productive, some of it is through software, but some of it also is just through a larger rotor diameter supported by a taller turbine tower. It's not like numbers. But there's not a whole lot of mystery in how this operates.
What about the question on infrasound and fire?
Sure. Well, I think it's pretty well laid out in the interiors report, but the bottom line is that infrasound is all around us. There's infrasound in here right now. There's infrasound in our cars, in your trains, anything that makes some sort of sound has infrasound with it too. One of the major ones would be at the beach. Waves crashing on the ocean. People sleep at the beach. People don't complain about it.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Bailey here. It certainly, it seems that, we've been through a lot of back and forth here. We've had a lot of citizens and comment from within Botetourt County, outside of Botetourt County. It doesn't appear that we have a strong consensus either way on this thing. Certainly, controversial. I think there's many ways to look at it. There's questions here like infrasound that I think do get addressed. I think the conditions in the SCP address a lot of the concerns. There's been a lot of time put into this thing. So, I think a debate here is very necessary. It appears that we've been provided with a third-party report that, shows graphics of several options of turbines, but, now we're kind of hearing that really there's not those options. So, with that being said, we need to discuss this issue of height. Well, I think that at the core is where this, is going to wrap this deal up. So, with that being said, let's try to hear about it and go from there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll respond to that and general issue, if I may. Yes, sir. Okay, and this is just, like all of us, I guess, I was taking notes as we went along and trying to make sense of it all. And I guess, Dr. Bailey, I appreciate what you just said. I'll probably cover more than just the height issue. I'd like to address it from an overall holistic viewpoint. And as I do so, three words came to mind, and it happens they all start with a P, so I'll call it the 3 Ps: perspective, proportionality, and precedence. And those are 3 considerations I think we need to adopt. And think about those things within the context of what I view anyway as an environment of overstated benefits and understated costs throughout these discussions. So perspective, proportionality, precedence. I'll take some of the particular issues that I think bear consideration. One of them is in terms of putting things into perspective and in terms of overstated benefits. Several people have noted, and let me ask Mr. Johnson, I don't think you're welcome to stand here, but you don't have to. I know I'm speaking generally. I'll leave it up to the chairman. Probably more comfortable standing here. This whole idea that by going forward with this concept or with this project, somehow we're going to advance the image of Virginia as a leader and being the first in Virginia, frankly, I don't get that, and I don't think that's going to buy us much. For example, I have no idea
what was the first wind farm in Nebraska or the first, solar farm in Texas, you know, I mean, I don't think that's worth a whole lot, so I don't know if this is gonna advance our image as a Commonwealth. The location, it was, as somebody said tonight, it's a well-suited site. Guess that can be argued, but, you can't refute the evidence that the southeast region, as I said, is only, up through 2018 anyway, only represented 1% of the solar wind power in the country. 80% of it is in the Midwest, the mid-region. You know, it's just, the winds aren't here now, and I know that's part of the reason that we have the larger turbines that we're talking about, but you have to wonder how big a future does wind power have in the southeastern region. But more particularly, this particular site, I mean, let's face it, it's a ridge top, and we're putting, as somebody said, a couple of 50-story buildings on a ridge top. We're destroying views. We're setting the bad precedent. You know, a couple of years ago, this board, I think it was through some encouragement from the federal government, but we had to camouflage a cell tower that wasn't nearly as tall or nearly as visible as these are, and to make it look like it was something else. We've resisted ridgeline development traditionally. This will set, I think, a very bad precedent for us. I agree with those who say it will destroy tourism and it will degrade property values. And several people mentioned things about technology. I'll say that I have, throughout the time I've been in local government, I've never much worried about things working, technology working, some aspect of my own background, but this is the case where I have to worry about it. I think what Mr. Goetz' points were well taken, some other people's points were well taken. We're in an unknown environment with variable forces on huge structures. As a structural engineer, I can envision some new lessons to be learned when you try to have moving structures like this subjected to the torsional effects and the varying effects of mountaintop winds. And I've never really felt that way before about proposals. This is one that I've got to say I've got some misgivings about as a professional. Further to the location, we've seen photographic evidence that purports to demonstrate that these structures on the ridgetop are not going to be all that visible. Well, so several people kind of refuted that today with points from McAfee's Knob and the Peaks of Otter, but from anywhere. One of the things that always concerned me about the reports, it's all that could be done. There's no way to get around this, but the reports are static. So we had photographs of computer simulations of what these structures would look like from certain vantage points. And they kind of blend into the background. But they won't, when you're out there looking at them with an eye that focuses on them. It's the situation of the indifferent eye of the camera. The photograph is indifferent. When you're out there in the field looking, you focus on these things, and you'll see them a lot more than I think some of these exhibits have demonstrated. So, PR, location, contribution to the power grid, we sort of touched on this, 75 megawatts. So it's all we can do, I guess, but it's really no great shakes. By comparison, Smith Mountain Lake is 560 megawatts. The Bath County pump storage, which is an entirely different type of project, I understand, but it's 3,000 megawatts. So 75 megawatts, it turns out to be about 0.000625 of the overall U.S. grid. That isn't hugely meaningful, but the point is, the benefits is another case of what I think is an overstatement of the benefits. Contribution to the tax rate, the number sounds big over 30 years on an annual basis. Which my quick calculation shows 0.5% of our total $100 million budget, not 0.5% 9%, about 0.9% of our local revenues. So, yeah, these revenues, if you put it in perspective and look at it proportionally, it's not that big a deal. One of the biggest ones that concerns me is economic development. And I mentioned Bath County just now. It's sort of an analog to Bath County. You know, it came along, and that pump storage facility came along in the late 1970s. And it produced, I think there were about 3,400 jobs for construction there. And here we're talking about, I wrote it down by also, I think 700 jobs or something for construction. Very few full-time equivalents on a full-time basis, on a continued basis. So there isn't going to be a great deal of job creation, obviously, not enough to justify the other costs and disadvantages. But further to economic development, I just think the way this county has viewed economic development has been in a small, holistic view, inclusive view. It isn't just about tax revenue. It's about bringing innovation, and it's about bringing people progress and growth. It all depends on people and interaction and innovation. And tax revenues are nice. This project offers tax revenues. It's not really going to enrich our community with new people, new ideas, like say Eldor does, or all Texas many of the other economic development successes. So it's kind of again, we can go back to Bath County. Nothing wrong with Bath County, and nothing wrong with the pump storage facility, but it hasn't exactly made Bath County an economic powerhouse. These kinds of projects are kind of singular, in a single dimension. So that's all the time I'll take. I'm just, as I look back over the years, the 10 years or so this has been around, we've been trying to make this thing work. And I'm kind of reminded of Homer Simpson, who once said that something that is hard to do, it's not worth doing. Well, you know, that's supposed to be funny when he says it, but there's some truth to it. At some point, you keep trying and giving things the benefit of the doubt, and then you just have to conclude, man, maybe this didn't work, but maybe we need to try something else. And I kind of think that if you're associated with a progressive and innovative and robust organization as we are, Botetourt County, if you turn down an opportunity like this, it will be okay, because something else is going to come along. I find that's always be the case. So that's why I look at it. I think it doesn't meet the tests. I think it's been overstated in terms of its benefits, and understated in terms of its costs. I'll finish with one last thing that I can't pass up. Access road, that was very disturbing. I know we should have that determined. And the fact that we don't, I find it quite off-putting. So thank you, sir. That's my comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clinton. Any other board members have any remarks? Mr. Lockerbie, our county attorney, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to kind of recap where we were procedurally. So as you all as a board move toward voting on particular matters, you know where we're going. As you recall, Mrs. Pendleton made presentations on both the amendments to the ordinance itself, which enables the issuance of special exception permits, as well as the specific provisions of the amended special exception permit that Apex is requesting. We then held a joint public hearing on both items because it's simply a lot easier for the public to understand if they think of the two things together, although they're logically separate. Finally, when the board comes down to it, y'all are going to have to vote separately on the zoning text amendments and on the SEP. And clearly there are three main points to the zoning text amendments, one of which is the increase in the permissible height that the board from 550 to 680 feet, and that's just putting into the text of the ordinance the maximum height that you think that a wind turbine could ever be anywhere in the county under any conceivable circumstances. The second one has to do with the height of the interconnection facility, the substation, to make it very simple. And the last one is the potential duration of an FCP permit, which would basically just move the duration from being part of the text amendment to being part of the FCP for any particular individual site. And then clearly we would get that. The outcome of each of those decisions on the text is going to drive very much of what your decision is going to have to be on the FCP. But they are separate, and I wanted to make sure that when you all start throwing out motions, you are clear on what you're doing procedurally, and Mr. Chairman, that you're not hesitant to ask me if you need me to point out where on the map we are at any given point in time.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the board, I need to hear from you.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Bailey here. So, just so I'm clear, Mr. Lockerbie, are we going to have another public hearing, or we're done?
We are not. That, as I understood it, and please tell me if I'm mistaken, Mr. Chairman, that was a public hearing on both the zoning amendment and the SCP, and that was done together just for the clarity and simplicity of the public understanding these two things as going together. Or was I mistaken, Mr. Chairman?
Well, it could well be both of them at one time. I was looking at two separate ones, but you make sense on what you said.
Well, if you'd like to do it to do them separately, Mr. Chairman, I just didn't know that the public understood what the distinction was.
Would I be in order just to say go ahead and do one and do both of them at one time?
It would not be. That was certainly my understanding of what you opened the public hearing to be, Mr. Chairman. And I was actually paying attention and trying to be legally on the ball with a scorecard.
Okay, well, we did do both of them at the same time for clarity. You're right. Okay, Dr. Bailey?
Yes, sir.
Were you making a comment?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that the public comment period is done. So, sounds like we're in agreement on that.
I think we are. Did I come out of the
Okay. You did definitely close, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we did come out of the public hearing. Okay. So now it's just discussion among the supervisors on what to do at this point.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I'd still like to mention, I appreciate Mr. Clinton's comments and the detail with which he expresses it.
The amount of hours and time that we have spent on this issue alone has been tremendous. Chairman Martin, as you well know, and myself, and Nicole just came into play when we just brought up the wind farms and got thrown into this at the very beginning of her career here in Botetourt. We have spent a whole lot of time debating these things back and forth, of course. Certainly, I do appreciate, as Dr. Bailey mentioned, Mr. Clinton's views. I think some of them may be debatable. Some of them we can't foresee the sight on the future of these. Although I think that, it's going to hurt the infrastructure of people coming in and taking a look at Botetourt County. I don't necessarily believe all that yet, because we have to make pros and cons this whole thing. So, those are issues that we face. I think that the infrasound certainly is of interest. I don't know how much infrasound this puts out, which is a cell phone, compared to what the windmill puts out and the distance that it is from the first house. So that would be very interesting to know those issues.
Could you get a little closer to the mic, Dr. Scott Orman? Okay.
Are we good? Do you want me to start over?
No.
So, I do believe that, certainly the infrasound is some of the individuals have But I would, of some importance that, is this a debunkable setting or not? We'd certainly like to know that between, like I said, a cell phone to a windmill, what's the differences in the distance that it would be the first house, so. Some of those issues, but I think that, you know, some great issues have been brought up today, as we've heard in the past, too.
Well, we talked about height. Is there any other suggestion on height that would be acceptable to the contractors, Apex?
Are you asking Apex to have an answer to that question of what's the distance that they would accept? Is that what you're asking?
I think that's what would work.
I think, go ahead.
No, you're sorry, go right ahead.
I think that is certainly up to us. I think one of the things we need to consider is certainly the view shed of the individuals that have brought that to our attention, as well as the consideration of the landowner. And, you know, what this plays and what all this plays into the formulation of our decision. I mean, do you want them to come down here and tell us, okay, we want this certain height, we can deal with this certain height? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I think, what would work for them, I'm looking at, maybe 590 feet. Still don't want to, I'm still opposed to the 675, but, could they do anything with 590? Would that work?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chief Clinton, one component of that, I would think, and perhaps I'm not real clear on this, but there are some milestones that have to be met. And I can't articulate what they are, but I think we're already short on time, at least in order to take advantage of some of the production tax credits, if not some other things. So I think that would be the key question that we in Apex need to have answered. Can they keep analyzing different combinations of heights and diameters and so on, and still meet the deadlines they're looming?
All right, well, they'll have to do a complete new package if the height has changed anyway. So 675, they would have to redo it. If it was 590, they would have to redo it. If it was 551, they would have to redo it. So
I think that were a couple of combinations that are up at the 650 region go down. I would think, making an answer this, go down into the 500s would probably begin a lot more analysis.
Yeah. Gotta be something at this point.
Mr. Chairman, this is Dr. Bailey.
Yeah.
I don't know that I completely understand Mr. Clinton's statement there. Could we have that again, Mr. Clinton?
Well, I'm just asking the question, really. If we begin analyzing who knows how many combinations of tower heights and number of towers and diameter of rotor and so on, if we start that again, then will that obviate some milestones that are out there? And I think one of them is a production tax credit, and I don't know, there's 2 or 3 of them that certain things have to be done by a certain period of time, and I'm just questioning whether there will be time to do that. I mean, I can't answer it, I'm just bringing it up as a question that I think that's can probably answer.
Charlie, could you go up to the podium for a minute? Charlie Johnson.
Chairman?
Okay, you're looking at, you're asking 675 feet. What would 590 feet do?
Quite honestly, sir, the turbines that will work for this project would not work at 500 feet.
Okay, then I'll throw it back out to the board. Does anybody have a motion they would like to make on this then?
What are we moving on, the text amendment?
Yeah, the first one.
Can we read it?
Sure, you want me to read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, it's public hearing in accordance with chapter 25 zoning, article 5, division 6, section 25-581.2 zoning ordinance text amendment. Owner initiated of the Botetourt County Code for request to revise article 4, division 1, section 25-446. Wind energy systems as follows. Amend, number 1, utility scale wind energy system requirements. 3, turbine height, to change the maximum turbine height from 550 feet to 680 feet. Amend section 25-446, wind energy systems, reserved to add a section to provide a maximum height of 100 feet for equipment and structures for substations and facilities for points of interconnection, and amend section 25-446, wind energy systems, 013I expiration to delete the 5-year time limit that a special exception permit for wind energy systems would expire if the system did not become operational.
So we're voting on all 3 of those points as a single vote, is that right?
I guess. And I one other question for Mr. John Harriman. Yes, sir.
This is Mike Lockley, if I might butt in, y'all can make a motion to act on each one of those items separately if you so desire. That is a possibility. You can break that up into 3 different items and vote on them each separately, if that's what you would like to do, but somebody would need to make a motion to do that.
Well, I'd like to ask,
I'll move to that effect, that we take each one of those 3 issues independently.
all right, may I ask a question before we do that? Steve?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, if the height did not work, why did Apex give those heights for the third-party study? I don't understand that.
Yes, sir. The range in heights was given based on example turbines in the market to try to show why we're asking for 680, but with a reduced number of turbines. So if we were to build at 492 or in this example 551, it would take many more turbines, which according to our consultant could actually increase the visibility of the wind farm more so than the increased height would, or fewer turbines. Does that answer the question?
But, Mr. Chairman, it's Ray, you
Yes, sir.
have stated that you're not sure the 680 is going to work either.
No, sir. We think 680 will work as a maximum. We're saying the 550 limit that was previously approved did not.
If it would work 5 years ago, why won't it work now?
Jared, so as stated previously, in the last 5 years, there's been just incredible competition that's come on with solar. You know, the price that you need to do the 550 is simply not a price that hunts in the marketplace today. That's the difference.
One study showed in 2019 over half of all of the towers were less than 500 feet. I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to grasp. All right, well, thank you. Let's, we'll take these things one at a time then, if that's the way you want to do it.
I think there was a motion to that effect, but we didn't move on, didn't take it.
Right, that's where I was going to go with this next. All Article 4, okay, public hearing, section 25-581.2 zoning ordinance text amendment owner initiated of the Botetourt County Code for request to revise Article 4, Division 1, Section 25-446 wind energy systems as follows. Amend utility scale wind energy system requirements, turbine height to change the maximum turbine height from 550 to 680 feet. That's the first one. Then we've got amend section 25-44. So you want to do that first one first, Mr. Clinton? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chair, first you need to vote on the motion to trifurcate.
Okay, good, okay. Okay, all right, we're back with you, okay. Do I hear a second on Mr. Clinton's motion?
Second.
We have a motion, second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye, okay. Aye. All right, Nicole?
Yes, sir.
Pendleton, can you go through this and you read it and break it down in sections so we can vote on it?
Yes, sir. One second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Text amendment number 1, turbine height. The individual turbine shall not exceed 680 feet in height as measured from the ground to the highest vertical portion of the blade when fully extended. The system height established through a special exception permit shall supersede any other height requirement in the zoning ordinance.
Okay, is that,
I would move to retain that.
all right, that's to move it from 550 to 680? Is that what you said? I'm sorry, say that again. That one was to change it from 550 to 680? Nicole, is that?
Yes, that's correct. And I'll defer to council as whether you want to make a recommendation of denial or a recommendation of any other height.
Here.
Yeah, I misunderstood that, and I would move to deny that, to remove it. If that's what we're doing, it's a removal from the ordinance.
550, 680?
General case. So I just, again, I don't see the, if we're speaking generically, I don't see the value in this. That's just my comment, it's been moved and seconded, but that's discussion.
Okay. I know in some of the public comments, they were opposing 100-foot buildings, so, probably good that we are discussing. Okay, any other question on this? Okay, Mr. Sloan?
You want to comment or vote?
Vote.
Yes.
Mr. Clinton?
No.
And I'm gonna say no on that one too. Motion carried. Okay, what's the next one, Ms. Nolan?
Chairman, the next section for consideration is amending section 25-446 wind energy systems, subsection O, subsection 13, subsection I, expiration, which would delete that entire sentence for the time limit, a special exception permit for wind
Chairman, Dr. Valley, move to accept that deletion.
You want to delete that?
No, it needs to be, as Ms. Pendleton read, this is being removed in light of the conditions that we'll soon hear or have already heard about in the SEP.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Call for
Mr.
discussion.
Sloan? Mr. Sloan?
Calling for discussion.
Okay.
All right.
Discuss?
Is the way I understand it, the number 18 on the conditions, the I takes place of this. The I states that the site plan has to be done within 12 months.
5 years?
Yes, deleting that as the motion was made allows for a condition to.
I vote yes.
No. I didn't hear what Mr. Sloan said, and I guess, Ms. Pendleton, if you would clarify again what the statement is, what we're voting on specifically.
Certainly, so the deletion of section 25-446 is one way to regulate the expiration of an SEP for wind energy systems. Section 25-583.2 allows for a specific condition to regulate a period of validity through a condition at less than 5 years. There is a draft condition which reduces the amount of time the SEP would be valid.
Right. Mr. Sloan said something about 12 months. It's 5 years, isn't it?
No, we're taking up to 5 years, but they have to submit a site plan within 1 year.
Is that part of this provision?
That was one of the conditions recommended by the planning commission, and yes, it was added. I can read it again.
Mr. Clinton, if I might clarify, that is not part of what we're currently voting on. That is a part potentially of the special exception permit, which we may or may not move forward on as the next item on the agenda.
Yeah, okay. So we're on a 5-year consideration.
Correct, sir.
Yeah, okay. So, how, in way of discussion and fully understanding the implications here, Ms. Pendleton, how does that work practically? If the process begins and goes on for 3 years and 5 months, and everything's fine, and then it continues, but it's not complete within 5 years, then what happens?
The permit is valid, expires and no further work, construction, the permits can be done, they become in violation of the zoning ordinance and if there were conditions associated with that. So it would halt all forward construction, all forward activity if it were to expire.
Yeah, and lead to countless lawsuits because of extenuating circumstances, right, that may have caused the delay. I just want to receive a practical provision.
So the SCP section of the code, it regulates all SCPs and is something that the state mandates for the 5-year expiration, and I can defer to council on this, but it's a vested right once you're granted an approval. And the SCP regulations for all SCPs regardless expire if there's inactivity within 5 years. But this particular provision allows you to impose a condition that reduces that time frame.
Okay. Any other comments?
May I interject just hopefully to not confuse, but help me here, Ms. Pendleton. This 5-year time limit that we're specifically talking about with this vote applies to the special exemption permit, right? For wind energy systems that was previously part of the ordinance.
Right, and it requires a system to be operational.
Correct. So basically what's on the table is we're eliminating that part of the ordinance. in lieu of, but not part of this vote, is another time-sensitive debate. Thank you. So, I've made the motion. Where does it stand? Could you?
All right, with Mr. Ray back there, his vote? Mr.
Yes.
How do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Clinton?
I'll vote yes on that.
I will too on that one. Motion carried. Okay, Ms. Pendleton?
That's it for the text amendments. That would conclude the action on the text amendments. So it's my understanding that the next action before you is the changes in conditions of the special exception permit.
Okay, would you, lead us through that one again?
Certainly.
Text amendments?
Sure.
How many, different sections do we have in that?
This is a lot shorter to read.
Okay.
Shall I take a stab at it? Unless you want me to read the conditions again.
We just need to break it down and try to figure out how to vote on it, okay?
Alright, the draft motion is, I move that the revised conditions for a special exception permit for a utility scale wind energy system on the properties of Fraley Family Restated Irrevocable Dynasty Trust and Jerry L. Fraley before, be approved with the conditions provided in the report prepared by staff and recommended by the planning commission.
So this is effectively an up or down vote for the project itself, right? This is as close as we get to the project.
Unless you wanted to make a motion to change any of the conditions that were presented.
Okay, any, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna move for denial.
Okay, we have a motion for denial. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? All right, there's no second. You got a motion that's, failed. Do we hear have any other comments on this?
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval, in the change of conditions for the special exhibition permit for a utility scale wind energy system on the properties of Fraley Family Restated Irrevocable Dynasty Trust and Jerry L. Fraley with conditions recommended by the planning commission.
Okay, do we hear a second?
I will second that.
For discussion, let me just make sure that we all understand what's at stake. This is effectively approving the project. And I think I've seen Mr. Lockerbie nodding yes. Or else I was a nervous tip, one or the other.
All right, any question on the motion? Okay, if there's no question, we'll go with a voice vote. Dr. Bailey?
Yes.
Dr. Scott Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Sloan?
Yes.
Mr. Clinton?
No.
I still have a problem with the 680 feet myself. I need to get the votes to approve it. I'm gonna say no, because I disagree with the 680 feet. But anyway, motion is approved, 3-2. Is there anything else that's before us tonight?
moved. Dr. Bailey. Second.
Is there a second?
Yes. Second.
Motion and second to, close the meeting. All in favor, say aye.